Hello, hello. Hello. I did the voice. I already lost my chance. Hey, everybody. Recent Jack of Card here. Thank you for the Samus brain. I'm loading up the file over here and we'll get to play. How's it going, chat? How are you doing? I see people in the red chat. I see people in the purple chat. Glad to have you guys aboard. Um, we are going to be recording more Prime 4 just so I can get all the stuff that I need for my videos. I started working on the script uh, and stuff like that. So yes, I'll add that to the soundboard. Like there's a lot of the lines from Beyond that I want to add to the soundboard, just because I think the game is memeable to death. In that regard. So like I thought about putting Mackenzie telling you to go back to base camp, uh, or some of View's funny, genuinely funny lines, or Nora hitting on Samus type of stuff. Do you collect enough green energy crystals yet? We could also add that one. That one's funny. I hope it's not a why on Metroid Prime 4 was a mess video. There's been so much about it, about how much hate around lately. Well, I am sorry to say that my video might be unintentionally considered that way because I don't have much positive to say. My video angle is more so on why I feel that Beyond is not a good Metroid game or particularly a good Metroid type of adventure, despite it being called Metroid Prime, and it's mostly because I believe the game betrays the key like fundamental aspects of what defines a Metroidvania game that its predecessors, 1, 2, 3, and Hunters, and even Federation Force to some extent, did. Well, not so much Federation Force, but what I try to say is that the game's just like leans more into that than the other. And I've been really trying to find and salvage anything positive I can say about the game. But it's that the more I play it and the more I think about it, this is like my fourth playthrough of it, the less enjoyment I'm getting out of like the mechanics. Like I'm not having fun with from like all this stuff. And it's the fact that I feel that even Other M was more of a Metroid game than this, and that because Beyond came out like so many years after Other M, that seeing it stumble for the same mistakes is kind of like a little bit mystifying if you think about it. You know, nobody liked Adam giving Samus his orders, so we're gonna have Mackenzie be the one who tells you where to go. We didn't really want. We were fearing that the Anthony and the others would hang out with you while you're playing the game, which they don't. But in here, I have to like watch Duke and uh, Armstrong. Like I have to play escorts. I have to play escort in like babysitter and the final boss of the game with them and stuff. That it just it feels like it leaned too much into an there is no like clear vision like an Echoes or Corruption where I can maybe overthink themes and stuff or a story. Silex is really never established much of a threat, and there's nothing new that I have to add to my previous videos regarding his lore, which is genuinely underwhelming given the fact that I spent 16 hours playing a game where he was supposed to be the main villain. And stuff like that, you know? So it's like I'm not trying to actively be like, oh, this game sucks or whatever. It's more like I feel that if this game was like marketed as a spin-off or just called Beyond a Metroid Prime Federation Force story, then like it would temper expectations. But you know, when you release the remaster of the original game 2 years before this one, and this one has went through another like full development cycle, and all this other stuff. Like, uh, it makes it like a little bit more hard to of a pill to swallow when like I could still recommend Prime 1, which I think has stood the test of time from a gameplay perspective. And now it's like $40 and it looks pretty. That the $60 one is only if you want to have Samus with a bike, and what you do with a bike is just green energy crystal. So like I am sad that I have to go with that route, but I feel like if I'm trying to make it so that the video is still fun to watch, even if you don't agree with my points, because as always, this is just like my 2 cents into the matter, and then it's less about like me thinking that the game is like just trying to be negative for negative's sake, while trying to keep this sort of neutral perspective at, well, I played what I was marketed to be a Metroid experience, but it's doing this and some other like terrible business practices that I want to point them out as much as I can and be as blunt as I can about it, so that it doesn't become a trend in the future. Because no, I don't want a game that's got no much content or lore to scan, but put the requirement to be 100% scans and items to get a cutscene that I don't even see in the game, that doesn't do anything, that doesn't add anything. And if I want to be able to access it easily, I have to pay $30 to find a figure and tap it into the game. When in the previous games it was just like, all right, did you collect the items? Good job, kiddo. Here's Samus without her helmet. Oh, what? You did 100%? Damn, nice job, kiddo. Let us give you some like post-credit nightmares. That I feel like with Silex being the villain and all this, there's just like so much room. But instead of focusing on like the main thing that they were marketing the game around, Silex, with all the trailers ending on like Silex aura farming and stuff, that like we have more Mackenzie lore and Nora Armstrong lore and Ezra Duke lore than Silex, and then the big villain in the end doesn't even get stopped by Samus, because the boss fight doesn't really matter, because he still comes back at the end like 5 minutes after you're done fighting him, and it's the Federation troopers who punch him in the face, and that's all he wrote, you know. What Metroid is, it's based on what they wish Metroid was, based on the series giving them a taste of potential, but this series has never really been about open and design outside of often unintended sequence breaks. It's at its best when the navigation, but otherwise, has always been more linear than people will admit. That's not what a Metroidvania is, right? No, no, no. Like, see, I think like you're putting me with the rest of the crowd, because I've always been the guy who says that Metroids are linear games, but it's how these Metroid games hide their linearity, which is what makes them a Metroid game. It's not so much like I feel like Zelda is more upfront with you with how linear the progression is. Link go to the seven temples, and one is in the woods, one is in the lava, and all this other stuff. But in Metroid games, you never really quite know where like the bosses that you need to defeat are located in. So like, there's not a unless you know the context, you wouldn't know that like in Super Metroid that Criteria has no boss, and that Norfair Crocomire type of stuff is just like a mini boss and stuff like that. But it's not like you know that Ridley is in this area and Drygon is in that other area. You're kind of trying to find out where the next line of progress is, and the game usually baits you into believing that it's a bigger world, because it finds ways to create these intricate sort of like looping circles that you can run around into, but there's the clear path forward that you need another power up you didn't have before, or a detail in the environment you hadn't noticed that you need to interact with to move your way forwards. But in the end of the day, they're all linear. You just, go from one objective to the other. I've said it even in my videos, but Beyond doesn't really hide that with that as well. But the hint system isn't new, Zero Mission. Okay, yeah, but the hint system, here's the thing. In Zero Mission, the problem with the hint system in Prime 4 is that it follows the suit with the Prime 3 and Other M mentality rather than the other games you mentioned. Because like in the original Prime and Echoes, it does the same thing that the bare minimum the hint system needs to do, which is just tell you which room you have to go, and then it's kind of like up to you how you get there. Fusion gives you the same thing, but how you get there usually has like a catch, say like Sector 2, and where you need to unlock the security systems, in order to get the bombs. And then after you get the bombs, the road is blocked, so you have to find another way outside of the map that you're given to find your way back to the main deck. And Sector 4 does something the same with baiting you with the quickest way to Ceres, and then that road is completely blocked off with the energy tank, and you got to find somewhere else. In Zero Mission, you can completely skip most of the Choso statues in your subsequent playthrough, which is what encourages people to discover like the sequence breaks and stuff that lead you to be able to beat the game with 15%. The problem Prime 4 has, I think, is that each map that you arrive at will have Samus look at a map with a Federation trooper as they talk about where they're supposed to go and what you're supposed to do. And then the game gives you the entire map of the facility. And without the much of back and forward that the original Prime game or Echoes does, that you collect an item in Phendrana Drifts in Phendrana Drifts, and then you're gonna make all your way back to like old room in Talon Overworld that allows you to discover a new portion of the map to get to like the Phazon Mines or something like that, that is lost in Beyond, because you walk into like Icebelt in the same way that you walk into Voltforge. You look at a map and then talk about that map with a Federation trooper. You do the thing and then you walk back out, and you don't really like, all right, halfway point and then I return. It's sort of like how in the original Prime you have to go through the Phazon Mines first to collect the power bomb, and that's kind of like the halfway point before you're forced to find the plasma beam, which requires you to go find first the X-ray visor, and then after that you can go and explore the rest of the mines and stuff like that. Versus the Great Mines, in which you walk in and it's just fighting grievers, two pointless sacrifices that don't really matter. So it's like all that, and then you just literally make a beeline towards the boss and make a stop to collect the super missiles along your way, which the game disencourages for you to use because you're in the final area of the game where grievers show up. So it kind of feels a little pointless to have that. And then like that sort of ball of yarn becomes to unravel the more I think about it, and the more I think about from a game developer standpoint, what were the things that made Metroid Prime feel like Super Metroid. So like it takes me back to the time where the original Metroid Prime was coming out and people were fearing the first person perspective because, oh, it's going to turn more like an action game, more like a Halo and NPCs and whatever. Beyond is what people were thinking the game was going to be like, but in the case of Prime, it really emulates that magic of Super Metroid that I think defines it. No, I think that the problem is that Prime 4 really does betray a lot of the aspects in favor for its other ideas, because you don't really backtrack to say Voltforge and find the new underground section and sublevels or fourth hidden tower quite in the same way that you return to Talon Overworld and you find the downed frigate and you're supposed to go about it in reverse and in underwater and restore power to it just so you can make it to the other side, just so you can make it Phazon Mines. Like you don't return to Fury Green and go to an area where we get to visit the tree up close, and maybe go in an underwater section through its vines because we now have the Viola IC suit, and what have you. It's like, all right, once I'm done with defeating Carvex, there's little to no moments that I have to return to it and discover something new that feels like a betrayal of the Metroid Prime experience. Like I need an NPC, I need a way for an NPC to open a door in Flarepool that's just going around in a circle and watching a Marvel cinematic movie play, instead of like, well, I'm trying to find my way around Flarepool's facility, and then I have to peek outside the facility every once in a while, kind of like how it is in the Phazon Mines. But I'll leave it at that. I'm loading up the game. As I was saying all this other stuff, I was also fixing my capture card because it's still not cooperating. It's like I feel that just because it's like a new Metroid Prime and all this other stuff, that I should not just like also simply give it the pass. I feel like it's an annoyance because it's kind of like the days of Other M again, where there's so much toxic positivity or forced defending and sort of like a sunk cost fallacy. But there's also on the opposite side so much like negativity for negativity's sake, and like um, you know, harping on a game. Like, what is the point of going back to the space jump in Prime 1? The game tends to funnel you around. All right, see here, Daily Dale Fox. The reason, like, now that you mentioned that, the reason you might want to do that is because the developers are showing you more of the verticality that there are to their rooms that is completely absent in Beyond, where you don't really have to jump around in sort of like a playground type rooms to acquire something. But by you doing the boost ball in that particular familiar room, the game is giving you a chance to be back at the Chozo Temple. And when you collect the space jump and you walk out the door, it's once again emulating the first thing the players see when they start the game, which is the door that leads to the artifact temple. But now that you have space jump, you have missiles, you have all these other stuff. So if you wandered there the first time, you would have met with a door that you cannot open because it's got a missile door, and because the game doesn't immediately activate the hint system, you would be inclined to go through that door because it's the first door that you see when you come out of the gunship. So now that you have space jump and you're coming out of this door that's also looking at that, you might be inclined to want to return and check out the artifact temple, in which you get more lore dump. You're given a preview of what is the ultimate end goal task, and now you have a little bit more context, but that's assuming you want to look at it. The game is just inviting you to re-explore rooms that you've been before, to use your new abilities to find either like, all right, now that you have the morph ball, you can also take the left side of the Talon Overworld room, and that's where you get to see the aerial troopers trying to hort the Phazon, and that's building to the lore. It'd be like the first time you actually get to see Phazon in the game, in a way or so. But you also see like the downed frigate right before you, and even then, that's a roadblock that you can't access yet because you don't have either ice beam or grapple beam or gravity suit, and like all this other stuff. So like when you return to a room, you're usually also just finding new stuff in them, and then more pathways that you can access that doesn't happen in Beyond, because once you activate the generator, to make it back the way up to Tokavi and stuff like that. That I don't really feel that it happens with the Lamorne or Silex or all this other stuff. Like even Echoes has like the Temple Grounds sits at Soul Valley, and uh the the Soul Valley, like sorry, like the Temple Grounds is kind of like the Soul Valley that connects the center hub to all the maps, but it's because you can still go from Torvis to Agon and from Agon to Sanctuary Fortress without going into Temple Grounds. That makes it feel more connected. In the times that the game asks you to backtrack, and then for the end of it all, they unlock you another means of back travel, fast travel through the temples, that just makes the worlds feel more connected. And then when you look at the map rooms and you see how each one of those rooms has like a different outer blocking, with the promote verticality and different designs and different things that you only see in one or two particular rooms, that it makes each area feel much more distinct and original. And then it makes it more inclined for people to play around and see, because also these rooms might be populated by a bigger variety of enemies. So like, in some rooms are Grantlers, and then in the other rooms are the little lantern guys that come out of the river, and then the other rooms have the dark pirate commandos, and then other rooms have blogs, and then other rooms have that horde of little crabs that fire missiles from their backs and stuff like that. That helps make each room feel that much more unique. And because the game is making you go around in circles, you start paying more attention to all the details that are hidden in there, that give you a peek at the culture, the ones lived in here and in more aspects and stuff. It's just that like I can name so many enemies that I fight in the other games that aren't there just for decoration's sake. They interact with Samus in some way that helps make the difference between like aggro enemies, which are like your Grievers and your Cybots and your Spinner bots, and your Grantlers, your Dark Commando pirates, your regular pirates, your aerial troopers, your Ink Smashers, your Quad MCs, Quad MDs, your Resbit, your you know, and then you have the other smaller, more passive enemies that attack you every time in a while, like the splinters or the worms in Agon Wastes or the shriek bats, and then you have things that just are trying to defend themselves. So if you like get close to them, they hit you. Anyways, I've loaded up the game. All right, let me see. All right. Yeah, so I'm in Soul Valley right now. I was just doing some more green energy crystal farms. I'm here with Nora Armstrong, Duke, and Mackenzie. Oh, actually, we have Samus here. This is the same voice actress as the Beyond Samus, by the way. But hold on, let me get in my Viola. My chat is loading? Yeah, I just noticed that. That's so weird. Hold on, thanks for letting me know. But I think my chat might have broke on the stream. Hold on, let me get on my Viola. Oh wait, shit. My Viola's in the bipedal configuration. Hold on, let me swap to bike mode real quick. Alright, there we go. It's gonna be fine. So yeah, we're in Soul Valley. Oh shit. It's a unique enemy. Yeah, don't mind the Clurian technology that lies in the horizon. We're up to genetics and no good. Wait a minute. Hold up a minute. I think there might be a side quest I need to do around here. When's the other M stream? Later. Probably after I'm done, like, with recording Prime 4 and playing some other games. I feel like after I might need a little bit of a Metroid break of sorts, but once I'm back at it, I probably will stream Japanese other M. You know what, chat? I think I'm not going fast enough. Let me swap to Viola IC mode. — 2014 Wii U game, by the way. It's like, it's funny when an RPG that's not even trying to be a Metroidvania game rewards me more for that Metroid mentality than Beyond. And then Prime 4 will make an entire area that's a straight line with Phazon Mines, but the area is good, I guess. I think that Great Mines is the worst. It also doesn't have like the pizzazz of the Phazon Mines, and without the revisit, I think it's that the revisit helps with like the Phazon Mines linearity because you're breaking more into the facility, so the security personnel and stuff changes, and so do the enemies. Near foe. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing is having hallways, but it's like the hallway is not just a straight line where you're just fighting like enemies and enemies. It feels like each room is this distinctly designed to be offering a different challenge, and sometimes that challenge is just happen to have enemies and stuff like that. But like there is rooms where like there's the wave troopers on the platforms and with the power troopers at the bottom, and then some elite pirates that try and corner you into the hallways, and you defeat one enemy and different type of troopers come back down. That just offers that variety that isn't quite there when it's just grievers and then like peaceful creatures are in the background. And because the entire game is building up towards this facility with the scan logs you find in the Orpheon and in the Phendrana Drips research facility, and then the Phazon being referred to as the Great Poison by the Chozos, that it just adds more to the spectacle of reaching the Phazon Mines. You know, Meta Ridley wasn't even built to defend that. It was built to like defend the Phendrana base, apparently. So like I think that just helps build towards it. And then you start hearing about Project Helix and the other project, and what the pirates are trying to do with like their Phazon. But hold on, I need to go back to base camp. Give me a second. I'm gonna go past Fury Green real quick. Mackenzie told me it's time to go back to base camp. Hold on. The bestiary is around the same size, but a lot of the enemies are just reskins of previous creatures. So it's a lot of like duplicate the bird, but now it's green, but the bird, but now it's red. And a lot of the creatures are just like background set dressing, like the little fire ants in Fury Green that are carrying the leaf, versus like in Prime One where like the scarabs are a horde of those little ants, but they drop on you in these tunnels to try and delete your health, and you can still scan them. Or other things that are usually requiring you to interact more with them, but like it's the majority of it is like that. Like it's also the fact that like a big portion of it is just in Fury Green, and then the rest in the there is to scan are sort of like in Flare Pool, in the lava ones. So like for me, it's like all right, since Beyond is the newest game, it's following through any trappings and stuff from the other games. It's like a little bit more like, come on, guys. Anyways, thank you for enjoying my Metroid Prime 4 bit, because I was playing Xenoblade X. I know. I know. I don't know why. I honestly don't know why. The only thing I can think is... it's also the fact that, like, dude, you're fighting Grievers in all of the areas, except for Flarepool and Vault Forge. But they're the main enemy that keeps spawning in the Great Mines, and they're also the main enemy that spawns in Icebelt because of the way the lore works. And when it's not them, it's usually like the Cybots, especially like in Flarepool. But it's not so much that, but it's because you fight them in almost every other room, that there's little variety, like I was trying to explain with the other one, where like you find a Grenchler in like 3 or 4 rooms in the entirety of Torvus Bog, where you can find a Griever in almost every room of Icebelt and every room of the Great Mines and almost every room of Fury Green after a checkpoint. That is what helps exacerbate the feeling that there's so little enemies, because there's not much of a variety of like, well, this room doesn't have Grievers, it's got Grenchlers or Sheegoth type enemies. They're another monster that's native to Viros that maybe was being experimented on Icebelt. So that way it's like, oh yeah, we were experimenting on other wildlife and how that evolved, but it's just, again, only Grievers. I really don't know why the things broke. I didn't get any messages before the stream started about it being broken, which sucks. So, if you... Let me see if I can go to Streamlabs and fix this. Like, I feel this is much more of like a Marvel movie type of stuff than a particular Metroid adventure. And I feel that like, again, I might be the 1% because I really replay Metroid's Prime 2 and 3 on the often. Um oh, great. Now I can't. Hold on, I think I found my axis. There we go. Yeah, that was it. It's like also they like it's I feel like it's kind of cool like how the original Metroid Prime got away with making so many different types of space pirates. That is why it feels like a faction, and it's fun to engage against them from a gameplay perspective, because the game spends its time to establish them in the frigate Orpheon, but you only fight like two of them in there that they're like at their full strength. That gives you like a heads up on how aggressive these enemies could be later. That you fight then you fight the regular pirates, and then they show the aerial troopers, and then they show the shadow troopers, and then the elite pirates, and then the different beam troopers that are there to just add variety. Like I feel like if maybe the grievers even like taking the opportunity that there's so many grievers and they just leaned on that trooper angle where like, all right, these are ice grievers, so like they are weaker to fire shots or something along those lines might also help. I'm trying to fix the chat, by the way. Maybe I had to update the widget. No, that did not do anything. So sad. Like it's the same code, so I guess that it might be a problem with my OBS. So I really do apologize, chat. But I guess I'll play in crazy streamer mode, which I guess will only make the VOD that much funnier, right? And I think that matters. I'll also thank you for the level 1 hype train. I did open I do have a window open on the Twitch now, so I can at least try and see it from there, but I only have 2 monitors. So like again, thank you. I'm so sorry that none of this is working at the moment, but I'd rather just playing the game, you know. Mm-hmm. All right. I just don't want to like end the stream just so I can reload that and then have to do it again. I'd rather just play the game. This playthrough is not going into the VOD anyways, into the main VOD, because I already have like the blind playthrough. Together forever and ever with you.
Let's get down to the access gate.
Okay.
Let's get down to the access gate.
All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, keep your head on a swivel, man. Not a ball joint. But you know, everybody knows that every ball joint can be a swivel. I feel like it suffers a lot from its design, though. Because that's the problem. It's not so much the build-up and stuff like that, because like, I'm the most target demographic that there is for this game. I knew who Silex was. I played Hunters till the cows came home back in 2006 on the school bus and stuff like that. I was patient. I was a guy saying that let them take their time, to let them cook, that I just wanted an experience that felt like the other ones, that follows those fundamental things that made the original game so good. Hold on, I gotta wait for the Federation trooper to give me access to the door through Lamorne technology and all this other stuff. That it just feels like this was like 10 different games, and mostly like an built with an action orientation rather than the exploration. which is the main reason why I disliked like corruption compared to the other games. Um, and it's like Mackenzie's just a new Adam from Other M who needs to authorize my fire shot by going to talk to him. No. He learned from from Admiral Dane. No. Remember when Admiral Dane swore? Should have let Duke say damn. Anyways. No shit, man. I just been shooting my arm cannon, my regular power beam. Come on, Sea Lukes, fight me like. No, wait a minute. You get punched at the end, and that's how you die. Alas. I just feel like even Prime 3 at least like understood like what a Metroid story is and how you build up tension in the release that add to the horror element. Where in here it's clearly more action because of the way everything builds up to an action sequence at the end. Alright, there we go. Super is overrated? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Chad, it's so overrated that, you know, Hollow Knight and Silksong and Blasphemous and Guacamelee and Axiom Verge take so much note and inspiration from it. There's like an, you know, Symphony of the Night looked at Super Metroid and say, that's neat. See, I feel like Samus could do both of these objectives herself because she's Samus. Like, I feel like it would have made more sense for Samus to first stabilize the facility and then go fight the boss. I just think that, like, if there was no Super Metroid, there's like no Hollow Knight and stuff like that. It's also like, you know, this game, if people forget that Super Metroid had to be done with like 94 megabytes of space and storage versus almost unlimited data because we got like all of these new fangled computer technologies and compression techniques that from the technological side itself is also great from that regard because like they had to fit all of that into like a Super Nintendo cartridge and make it work and have even like not have the luxury of something like indie games today where they can almost like indefinitely postpone and push back their games and still get the marketing and all that stuff out of it versus Super Metroid where if you read the development cycles it was also like kind of like development hell. People were sleeping at the office because they had like a very tight turnaround without the luxuries of going back and doing all this other stuff that the first thing that it says in the design document is like, all right, here's the things that we need to do for the map. This is how we learned from the previous games, and then they had to like turn that out. That I also feel is part of the reason it's so like magical in that way. Yeah, no, I agree. Hollow Knight definitely leans a little bit more into that Souls-like combat, and that's what helps it gain its own identity, which is, I think, super important. There's a lot that stands out from the Super Metroid because a lot of it, when you're playing it with the other hindsight, is that it's a Chozo facility. They turned a barren wasteland of a planet that nobody would go into like a facility and stuff, and they decided to purposely hide it into the caves and what have you, so that the Mockings or any other space pirates or whatever would come in looking. So that why there's like the down frigate, which is like haunted, and then you got the Choso statues near the lower sites of Norfair and stuff like that, and that are becoming more of the Ridley statues and the layers in Torian and the theming and stuff that it doesn't have the luxury of like Beyond, where there's characters talking and cutscenes and scan log mechanic that this game feels is like shallow by comparison in that regard. But you know, then again, we're comparing a 1994 2D Super Nintendo game with a 2025 first-person action Nintendo Switch game, so I feel like at this point, like it's either people trying to point out that Beyond is not that bad by just only pointing out at the flaws of the other games, rather than like just trying to look at it a vacuum and compare it with its contemporaries that are doing the same thing. Because I even got more of like a Metroid features out of like indie games. They're not even trying to be Metroidvanias like Crow Country and Signalis, or even like the classic Resident Evil game. I don't know if it's a chat fight or something. I'm just playing here, and I guess I'm just adding to the ether, which is all this other stuff. I would just ask everybody to just be polite with each other and just listen, be willing to hear to the other side of the conversation. Don't just like stick your head into game bad, game good. Just be able to recognize the flaws, be able to recognize the pros. But like I'm just trying to promote as a conversation and stuff like that. I'm just here trying to record the videos. I know that I'm gonna get a lot of flag for the things I'm about to say on a Metroid channel, but I really feel that this game betrays sort of the things more than even Other M did, because it follows the trends that I dislike from Other M, but it brought them into the Prime games, and some of them come at the cost of me doing things, such as like the power-ups that Tokabi gives me. Because I sure did like it when Gondreda gave me a power-up while telling me about her lore instead. Like, I think it would have just been way neater if it was like a Tokabi and Samus adventure to try that leads into them finding the artifact, and just because of the way that we're having an adventure together and and all this other stuff, that Tokabi starts opening up more about Solon and his backstory and what something else. So like maybe that layer of hesitation at the beginning can also help him sort of be closer to Samus in some regards, who probably is also very closed off and stuff. I don't know what I'm scanning. It's also the problem I'm having right now. I'm trying to scan the green thing, but it won't lock on into the creature. Like, I don't know why there's no longer, like, a reticle or something that tells me. I guess I gotta get up close and personal. Which just makes it annoying because I'm also trying to dodge, Phlegmorus? No, Phaneros. Right? Phaneros is his name? There's no help bar at the moment, so... Alright, there we go. Blowhopper. Is that it? Is that the last one? I'm trying to get 100% as well. I just feel like it's sort of like a problem in this to get the 100%. Because it's also asking scans. Leviathan, Leviathan, ba ba Leviathan, Leviathan, bam bam. Walias. Been playing Final Fantasy 16. Sorry. What is even Tokavi doing in the Gosh Anderson? He's gonna find birds at best. Well, I mean, I can at least understand that regard because it says it reminds him of home. And like I noticed in what I consider to be the best factoid about any of the troopers that I've not seen any Prime 4 enjoyer mention is that Tokabi does woodworking. He's carving little like wooden stuff in base camp. And I really like that because it's like not mentioned, and I just find it as a detail, but it adds so much about like, all right, he's got a hobby, a way for like an expressive creative outlet that helps him ground and stuff, which feels natural for like a hunter to have as they wait and stalk prey or have to wait for a while. And one of the things that he happens to be carving are the same wolves from Icebelt. And that's like a very neat detail as well as like a wooden spoon and stuff like that that just add a little bit more to like who's Tokavi outside of the job or while waiting on the job without having to mention it. That just made it all the more impactful for me. And I really like that. Like stuff like that, you know. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, he made balls and stuff. I thought that was pretty cool. I was like, I'd hope that they gave us more about that with the other troopers when you went back to base camp. And like, if they don't have anything to say, they're just trying to do a hobby of sorts. You know, put Duke making push-ups or whatever. Have you do a little like beep boop maintenance dance type of stuff. I don't know. Like, with how much the game asks you to go back to base camp, I just feel like they could have just pushed the story a lot more because it feels just like this is the Phazon story, but there's no longer like the cosmic era of where it comes from, and it's a poison that's consuming everything, be it organic or inorganic, versus the green energy, which is just Phazon, but it's more of the mutant gen from from TMNT. Because even in the other one, you have like the whole horror aspect of the parasites being mutated by the space pirates to bring them over to every other planet because they'll be able to survive any planet, so they can use it as hordes of enemies and stuff like that. It's also just called green energy. They could have called it like Fenoros Force. Prime 1 can't even decide what Metroid Prime itself is. Yeah, but again, I feel like at least there you can kind of fill the gaps and think it for yourself. But and here's like, why doesn't the green energy cause Samus to mutate? When did Silex get control of the tower and how? How come he was just there in the room in the first place, but not give the Chosen One the power of the tower? I doubt that he's not a chosen one or mistaken for one because he doesn't get a psychic energy crystal. But at the same time, the problem with the Metroid Prime is just that Nintendo, just like it happened with this game, you know, kept asking them to change stuff for no reason. But I digress. Okay. I knew that you could probably escape the facility with the escape pod. It's called an escape pod. I think that from the boss fights, in this game, my favorite song is Azelios' theme so far. From just like listening to the soundtrack on its own. I think that the best song in the entire soundtrack is Volt Forge's theme. I know I'm biased because I just like the setting of Volt Forge. I just kind of wish there was more to explore than 3 rooms and 3 elevators in the towers because it seems so cool, and I would have liked to see like more of that. Well, here's where we build the cryopods for Icebelt, and here's where we build the robots and whatever, just to like visual variety and add more to like, oh, it's ginormous and whatever. But I really like the song. I really feel like it's the most Metroid Prime-y sounding song in the game in a good way. No, I can't hear you. I can see you. Psych control beam. in the mouth. This part was cool. Whoa! Though I wish I was just like going through the morphal and I have to like break like the stomach or whatever. I guess that'd be too much into the violence area for Nintendo's ratings. I just think it'd be cool. I feel like the problem is not so much of that you cut the desert. I think like you can keep the desert, but just also add ways and reasons that you have to go through, like say, Flare Pool to Ice Belt. So that way you can just go to one area to the other through other means. Like you have a bike and you already have a loading screen transition that is just Samus riding on a bike. That I feel like you could just put those elevators in these locations and be able to still connect them. So that way maybe on your second visit to one of these areas, like you enter through Ice Belt, but you come out through Flare Pool because you found something that connects one to the other. And that helps more with the theming and stuff like that in the background. Like say you take a rail from Volt Forge, and that brings you into Ice Belt as one of the cryopods, and that's how you reach Ice Belt into a different section, and then you get a power up that helps you unlock the part of the facility that connects back to the areas that you were in previously, so you can go back to Soul Valley through there as well. That just would add more to that interconnectedness of the world. I do like also like these or texture effects and stuff like that. I'm a real big sucker for these sort of psychedelic looking things. Um, I'm a huge fan, with that said, of the Skybox and the final Silex boss fight. That it really just upsets me that there's no more like lore things and or like enough clues giving or foreshadows giving to me in the game that I could kind of like make up my own brain rot fan theory than just stating what's there of like, all right, it's like a plane between dimensions or whatever. I really thought that also this game could have benefited from like some psychological horror elements. Like Metroid Prime is always like leaned into the horror aspect. In the previous three games, leaned way more into the cosmic horror with Phazon that I think like just a lot of people these days don't understand, because cosmic horror I guess isn't as uh, sort of popular in media, and it's a type of horror that can already be a little bit like hard to comprehend, admittedly. Um, and so like with this being more about psychic and the mutation from Lamorne to Griever, that it would have been cool if there was like a play with psychological horror regarding Samus, especially because she's having like this Akira vision where her head hurts and stuff like that. So it kind of would have been cool if that's like a foreshadow of either the green energy or what have you messing with her mind because of the psychic mode, and you're leaning again into this psychological horror themes, and maybe those could play with Silex and what have you. Like I feel like on paper the game has a lot of stuff that would help it just feel more in line with that horror that I think is just like very prevalent with Metroid, is some aspect of horror that my biggest is that it's kind of like missing in here, the build up and release towards something more horror related and stuff. I also don't like that I have to scan this in order to be able to do that. But I guess it's just like an extra mechanic. I don't know. It's just that with how much you have to scan in this game and how little there is that counts for logbook, with no sound effect that confirms quite quickly. Like there's no recording to logbook or the little alarm that you got in the original Metroid Prime. Even Hunters, where you have, and Hunters is different because in that game you actually just have to scan everything, because there's so little to scan. But you know, that was like a DS game. That it just feels like an extra step. I also don't like that we've gone back to the original Metroid Prime grapple, where I cannot like grapple beam and shoot at the same time. I know that the other games didn't really do much with it, and I didn't expect this game to do much with it either. But it's just kind of fun to just shoot. That one is it's minor, you know. It's not a real big negative. Hope you're doing okay. Same. Hope you're doing okay as well. I once again want to thank everybody for showing up, tuning in. Always fun to talk to you guys and hear what you have to say about the game, because I'm also trying to consider a lot what other people have to say regarding it, but I'd rather have it in a way that's a conversation than like I just looked at some other guy's YouTube video, you know? Especially because in this way, it's like, it's you guys. It's the guys I'm making these videos for, so, you know. Huntress is the better shooter? Yeah. But I think that's because, like, you know, it was built with a multiplayer shooter in mind from the get-go. So, like, I feel like it's also a little bit unfair to this, which feels like its main aspect is more like, yeah, trying to do a traditional Metroid Prime game, but it's leaning way too much into the action that goes even beyond what Corruption was already doing. Don't worry, Armstrong. We need you to fake die in the Great Mine so that you can not die when Silex chokes you and electrifies you and throws you to the floor, so that you can die. Because I decided not to stop Silex right there and then and just activate a portal. I will say this, that like the animations are pretty clean and stuff like that. I just wish that they added more body language moments to Samus, you know? I wish I got to do like a little escape sequence with a bike after that. It's like I was really looking forward to using the bike on an escape sequence, because it felt like, all right, they would have built like you know how they built these Mario Kart tracks to teach you how to use the viola. I was kind of expecting the same for, like, all right, now here's like a track we built, but it's for a dedicated escape sequence type of stuff with the bike, and you have to like go in and out of the bike and into like the sequence we just did, but just add like one or two portions where you can go real quick with a bike, even if it's just like at the end. Hold on, how long is this part? Might have to make a new one because we're about to go back to Vault Forge to fight Sea Lux for the Thunder Beam, Thunder Shot, and then it's Great Minds time if I'm not mistaken. I was expecting Mario Kart Zero G courses. Yeah, maybe as well. That's the least of my issues. Is more that like I would have liked that see the bike being implemented for more of the map exploration features. I know, Kenzie. Gosh, I miss Admiral Dane already. I miss the Aurora unit. I don't mind Soul Valley. I just wish they leaned into the near like the way the near games are structured, because it's very similar to this, where you go to like the desert area. Yeah, the city ruins in like Automata is like Soul Valley, but like it's filled with little side quests and NPCs that change as you progress in the story, and they're like it gets invaded by a legion of like the space pirate equivalents in that game, and they destroy the environment, and it leads you to find more places, and you can go into the ducks and find Emil's house if you decide to explore. But it still has like a fast travel feature, it still has like a bike feature, it still has a way that one map connects to the other, and like it progresses and it evolves as time goes by, so that the area you're returning to between every back and forth has something new to discover every time you return to it, which I felt would have really helped this part of the game, because At the end of the day, it's just collecting green energy crystals and going from one place to the other. And it is a shame that it's the only place that I really get to like play around with the violas at this speed in this type of thing. Because I at least expected it to be implemented for like the escape sequence, or like uh the Vault Forge tracks that connect one tower to the other. I mean, it's already there, but like in those ones, you can like also walk, which is cool. You can just walk from one tower to the other. Uh, but I meant like, all right, here's some lower sections of the facility that require they have bigger open rooms or hall or paths that require you to use the viola to cross, similar to the jump that they have in going from Tower 1 to Tower 3, I believe. Spinner bots. Bigger spinner bot. I think it also would have been cool if when you get the Viola Icy suit that your little psychic chakram also got like a power boost. I don't think it does get one. And no usage about the Viola against the final boss. That's the least of my complaints, to be quite honest. My complaint with the final Sealux boss fight is more the fact that like on phase 1 I have to play Final Fantasy 14 healer with AI characters that just stand on the AoEs and stuff like that, and despite how hard I try to like lure Silex away when he's doing like his Beyblade attack, there's a trooper that will just like try and get out of my way, and that causes him to get into Silex's way. And then he like summons these dragon heads that I feel that the best solution against them is just to try and like weigh them out. And all this other stuff, which I think would have been cool if they looked more like the other pieces of the Lockjaw or whatever than just like some robo dragon heads that don't even feel like Lamorne related. I guess, and or that like the dragon heads would have elemental weaknesses to sort of like have an elemental triangle, and it makes you similar to the Metroid Prime. Swap between your beams just for a little bit more effective damage, and what have you. And then the second phase is kind of fun. I like the little Doctor Who time vortex thing. And it's fine. It's like a transition fight. I really like the lockjaw mechanics in the third fight, and how the black hole effect kind of looks being built from the floor, but the rest of it feels just like I'm fighting Silex from Hunters. When I feel like that final phase should have maybe have like more a lean into his cosmic abilities or how he got them or something along those lines. Yeah, I know I can destroy the dragon heads, but what I realized in my other playthroughs is that they take too much damage for me to like press the button. That when I destroyed the heads, I think it would have been more fun if I destroyed the head, then I don't have to yank that tentacle. When he turns into the green mode, it just speeds up that phase of the boss fight. That I feel that because of how much the heads can like take damage, by the time I'm like done destroying one head, he's already swapping to the other phase. That I feel like if you're gonna give these dragon heads a lot of health, it would be fun if you added an elemental weakness. So that way you can use that and deal more damage to them, so you can go back to the other phase a lot faster and find a last hurrah that makes you use your beams. Because I feel like already the trade-off between the beams and the shots and the power beam, or psychic beam, I guess it's called now, is that the rate of fire is significantly so lower and stuff like that. So like, and that's cool in my opinion. I really like, as I said last stream, the stacking of these beams and stuff like that. That would have made the dragon boss like a more engaging mechanic. Because my issue is just that like by the time I destroy one head, I feel like I've taken so long because I have to aim at his head while also making sure that my Federation friends are not dying and they don't cost me a game over. That by the time I'm like attacking the second head, he's already swapping to his green tentacle form. And no matter how much of like the tentacle dragon hits I destroy, it doesn't speed up the other phase. It's also funny how I can just cheese every enemy like this, that I would kind of just rather have them shatter, like in Echoes and Prime. But I guess that's a matter of preference. I don't think I will really add that to my video, to be quite honest. It's just that, like, I feel that when I got a beam upgrade in Prime 1, which I can't help but think more because this game has the same beams as Prime 1. Ice, Wave, and Plasma. But they're just Fire, Thunder, and Ice Cold now shots. That, like, alright, the Ice Beam is so slow, but man, it packs a punch, and it gives you the missile quick kill functionality that really makes Samus very strong. And because there's like other enemies that move a lot, especially like the pirates, it forces you to get up close and personal. So it kind of brings it back to like a slow rate of fire type of weapon. And then by the time you get the plasma beam, it's so late that it just being able to like incinerate everything, it makes like backtracking a lot easier, and like that power scaling with Samus progressively getting stronger. Boom 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 boom. I just like how like the background layer of this part of the song later becomes the main melody of it. So it kind of feels like it's going back and forth between one and the other, and it's like very cool in that regard. Whoa, that's cool. Never seen that before. Yeah, it's just mechanics like that, and I would have liked um just foreshadows to how Silex is in the tower and how he got his powers and what have you. Like I feel like the makings of the lore and stuff like that is perfect for like a time loop psychological horror game. I can't help but think of Signalis because of the brain rot, and because that game is just a fantastic, beautiful game, and like a great Metroid style experience. That like I feel like this type of game and this story, with the themes it's got and the like what's in there, I feel like it would have been super fun and cool. I do like the shield ability that the Legacy suit has, though. I really think that's a pretty fun ability. I kind of wish that the Viola suit had like an extra purpose outside of just being like the key to my car. I'm not sure if it gives you a defense bonus like the Varia suit and the Gravity suit did in Prime 1. It might, but I'm not sure.
Hi, I'm back.
Welcome back, Hi.
Yes, it's me. Hi. So where are we?
Silex number 2 boss fight.
Is it shitty?
It's okay. I really think that the Silex bosses are pretty decent. Uh, but I feel that because they don't have the same sort of build up that they gave in the past to, um, say Dark Dang Samosa and stuff like that, that like it makes them feel a little bit more uh, kind of there. Like I feel like the mechanics and stuff is fine, but there's no build up. There's no sort of foreshadow. Like I get the Thunder chip, and then he just shows up, and then I beat him, and it's a Cybot, and that's it. Like I liked how in the other, like in Echoes, they build up to Dark Samus being in the Agon Waste facility until you have the encounter, and there's the face up against them. Because it's also not like, at least I'm getting like a scan intro, a scan log entry with more information. It's just like, it also would have been cool if they just like gave me a reason to why this Cybot, which can suddenly turn into like Silex and have his cosmic abilities. And I feel like you could have just easily said it. It's more about Silex using his cosmic abilities to project himself onto the Cybots and use them as sort of avatars than anything else. It's just foreshadow I'm asking. You don't have to outright explain it, but by like, I can understand maybe not address that in the first Silex boss fight, but I guess it would have been a cool little detail for this moment in the fight, because he's using more of those, like, you know, you think that the green powers are like shock coil abilities, but then you fight him at the end of the game and Mortal Kombat move. You know, because like he's using the green energy, whatever, nanomachines to make all of this happen. So it would also have been cool if it's like Fioros is not real. It's just a simulation made by Silex to just like fuck with Samus or test his new cosmic powers and whatever before he unleashes them onto the Federation. I don't know. Not saying that my stories are like airtight and stuff, but I'm just trying to play around with what the game has and the themes that you could have done with a character like this, and a game that's got psychological horror. You know, psychological warfare is a type of warfare, and I think would have helped substantiate Silex as like this deranged villain. That he leans more into the psychological aspect of the battles rather than the physical raw brute strength, which I thought they were going with that because he can like control the minds of the things with the Metroid fusion. What I would give to be a fly on the wall, me too. The Silex stuff makes me sad. Yeah, it really saddens me because I was like, this game could have been the way it is and all this other stuff, but if the story was actually focused on Silex and or gave us more about that or some of the psychological aspect or anything in general, then I would have been fine. It's just that I feel that because the scan log entry is the same as in Hunters, and all the new stuff regarding to the characters, what happens off screen between games, that it's kind of like it makes you wonder what he's doing in the story. I wonder if they initially wanted these fights to be against the actual Silex, but backpedaled in the last minute. You know, like, I feel like they could have had their cake and eaten it too. You could have the Silex boss fights just like they are right now. And it's not the real Silex, because I can also understand we don't want to have you just defeat Silex like this early, you know, or whatever. But like you can have him use these Cybots proxies, but because Silex talks or there's a specific way that you're making a build up and foreshadow to his abilities later, that excuse why he's not here, because maybe by him being in that cryopod in the Chrono Tower with the nanomachines is what gives him the ability to control the simulation. Like that's like the access terminal, and the rest of Euros is just like an illusion type of stuff. Then like he's using this cosmic power of like admin style privileges to project himself onto these Cybots and just use them to terrorize Samus and stuff like that. Without it, and then that way you can still discuss more about the lore and push it a little bit forward without having Samus just defeat Silex there and then, even though she already kind of did that in the intro of the game. I feel like Silex should have won in like or somehow be the one who won in like Tanamar, kind of like how Dank Samosa won in the first encounter in Echoes, you know? Oh, I didn't activate this. Sweet, I get to do this puzzle again. No, wait, it's Seat Looks. Yeah, it's Sea Looks. Prime 4 becomes exponentially more funny when you imagine that Silex was actually really excited to be featured in Prime Game, but overslept and got all the cranky about it in the final boss fight. It's kind of how it feels. Like I wasn't asking for like some crazy thing. I feel that Metroid's beauty is that these cheesy, quote unquote, generic characters are built because of the layers you discover about them and how the game conveys and brings them back to make themes about something else, something greater. That is kind of what makes them fun. Like I like the fact that like it's also cool in Echoes when you fight the first Dark Samus. It almost feels that she becomes like she starts super cocky, but by the end of it, she's like much more uh like frustrated and like confused that Samus keeps being able to defeat her and stuff like that. Or at least that's how I like interpreted the cutscene at the end of like Echoes when you defeat her in like her purest form and she just like approaches Samus and they're both like actually that's like the I always perceive that as that's the actual first time that either character looked at each other, you know, in some way. Like that's the moment that they actually stop to look, Dark Samus stopped to like look more at Samus and maybe pondering what makes her so much stronger that her with Phazon and assimilating her form and all this other stuff is still incapable of defeating before she just disappears. The normal maintenance tanks can be quickly killed by throwing a morph ball bomb at them just before they fire their laser. Oh, that's cool. It's just that doing that is way slower than just freezing it and then firing and then stun lock it with missiles. You know, I can just do this and then 1, 2, and it's dead. I do really like the throwing the morph ball and power bombs abilities though. I kind of wish more bosses took advantage of it. Kind of like Silex 1 did. Dark Samus is Goku Black. Wait, I have to actually learn how to fight to be good. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's that simple. Cause like it's just more about the inner layers about Phazon, and I guess you could sort of also interpret it as developing a conscience of sorts or individuality of Dark Samus from the rest of the Phazon horde, because the Ings fear her, and stuff like that, and she doesn't care about the Ying, despite the fact that both of them are, you know, Phazon spawns, which I always felt is part of the reason that also added the horror to Phazon, is that not even itself is friendly to itself. Like one Phazon creature won't just be friendly to another Phazon creature because they're both Phazon. It's more useful in hard mode, honestly. Yeah, but I'm not really encouraged to play hard mode, and I feel like if it's just like 2 extra more missiles, I'd rather do that because I get so much missiles, and I don't have to like morph into the ball, press the morph ball, charge the mode, unmorph, swap to psychic visor, hold to grab the ball, and then throw it. When I can just maybe free shot, missile, missile, free shot, missile, missile, and keep on moving. But then again, I honestly, most of the time, if I can ignore an enemy, I will. But these maps are so bottlenecked that I can't really sort of navigate my way through enemies sometimes. And the easiest way forward is to fight them rather than maybe ignore them. Like, that was 20 minutes, and I felt like I did not much of anything besides returning to the same rooms I was before, which is what gives me the sense of, like, bloatedness, because I'm never really, after the first visit, exploring anything new. And then whenever, like, you come out of an area and you don't know quite what to do next, the answer is just return to Vault Forge. Now I need the Thunder Shot, and then we get to my favorite part of the game. What I would consider the best part of the game. Like, I think you could even just keep, like, Soul Valley as is, but maybe if there's a song that starts to develop as you progress the game, because you're giving more context of what these green energy crystals is, And all that other stuff that could have also been like a good way to just give a sense of progression. Also, once again, I apologize that that the chat and the other notifications are broken. I think it's a problem with my OBS rather than the link itself. I went to the Streamlabs links and I tried refreshing it and adding it as a new, but it wasn't working. So I'll try to get it fixed by the next stream. Views the Vest Federation character? Absolutely. 1000% agreed. I know I'm biased towards Beep Boops, but I think that this Beep Boop adds just a lot more of the fun interaction. Then again, I think that the Samus should just have like a Digimon. And that's like their navigator.
Agree.
Right?
Yep, always.
You can call it Navigation Mon. View my beloved. He's just so cute. That's my bestie. Thank you, Midnight. I think that he's adorable with his big, like, derpy eyes and his slow robo voice.
I honestly would have taken a Cortana
Yeah.
over the other Federation.
Yeah, and just make it like Epion. She's our Cortana. And isn't she a cutie?
Oh yeah, the 20 minutes of
Yeah.
position that you have to do every time.
Orpheon. Wait, Gabe, can you say something?
Poop, poop, poopy.
Alright, yeah. The audio is... I don't think the audio is grabbing you well. Orpheon,
Is it
I
not?
wanna...
Damn.
Yeah, I'm having issues. I think after this stream, between streams, I gotta just fix my setup. Orpheon, I want to ask, after this game, would you rather Metroid take a step back permanently from having Federation stuff be prominent in the lore? Yes. I then again, I feel like I've been saying that since like the days of Corruption, where I think that the Federation and the Space Pirates could be used as a stepping stone to just help put whatever threat that you're fighting into perspective. So, like, again, I feel that you could have... In this game, it really made sense to have Federation troopers because it's Silex, and, like, the one thing we knew about him is that he's got kind of, like, a hate fetish against the Federation type of stuff. So, like, alright, just put them there so that there's... like an ebb and flow to where this stems from or whatever, but you know, it doesn't happen. The Fed guys are aware of Silex. Duke knows him by name, but none of them mention him throughout the game, or none of it ties back to why there's so much of a hate for the Federation that you might want to go and destroy the entirety of it all. But like I'm always more prominent of not having a Federation or Space Pirate or Meta Ridley and just have Samus explore brand new worlds with brand new things.
Holy cow, look, a woman!
Gosh. Sarge, come on. And she did it again in Norian. I've been thinking about it, and it seems like Metro has been struggling to make the Federation this huge thing, but it's always consistently the weakest part of the lore series. Yeah, because the Federation were always just like a background element. They were never meant to be this explored. They were just the guys who hired Samus, and their main job is to keep like the peace. You know? I don't think that they were meant to be this developed in this much of a cinematic movie and stuff like that. They were just their means to an end, to be like the good force in the universe that opposes the space pirates, and sort of like Sam is like this neutral party type of stuff that joins the side of good of sorts, rather than like this. Because it's also like but none of these guys also like talk or call back to when Samus used to be a Federation trooper, or her previous feats in other games and stuff like that. Tokavi, you're gonna eat all of that? Gotta wait for him to walk over there. Like, you can have Samus still take jobs from the Galactic Federation, and you can use them as like kind of like how it was in Metroid Dread, where they're just a background thing that helps drive the story into how the threat in ZDR was discovered and how the story has progressed to the point that the Federation, now aware of the X parasites, try to build like a countermeasure against them with the EMI. But that's it. That's all you get from it. Because at least Fusion and Dread Atom, I never really took as it being something of the Federation because of how then they play with the twist of it being his own AI and stuff. And that's also why I never really liked the idea of like an evil Federation trying to hunt Samus. Because it would be this, but Mackenzie and Tokabi need to die. All right, no, never mind. Maybe that game would be interesting. You get to join the side of Silex. It's like a Metal Gear Rising type of moment where they see eye to eye with the madness. Metro game where you don't play as Samus would be actually interesting. Yeah, I mean, if this was Federation Force 2, right? And you're playing as one of these guys, then sure, but I think that just would have put it closer to like Halo Reach territory with like Noble 6 or the ODSTs than like a Metroid game. But I guess because it's a spin-off, it's fine, but my fave game in the series are Prime 2 and Dread, because I think the former does so much cool stuff with the new Luminoff lore, and the latter elaborates on the Chosa stuff. Yeah, Echoes is also my favorite because I just think that it found ways to make the room and the map design so different that when I just look at the maps as a map, like on a guide, the rooms and the geometry is very different, that you can tell where you are, not based only around like the landmark that's in the room, but because of the way the room like blocking itself is kind of also used as a landmark within the map. And then how they trickled more of that Luminoff lore in parallel to the Phazon lore and the foreshadows of Dark Samus and the mysteries, and how the space pirates found it. And there's moments like you see them trying to go into Dark Aether and then they're dead in the other side of it and stuff like that, One of Mackenzie's lines here mentions Silex. Oh. He just said it. That's so funny. But I wouldn't really count that because like it's an optional conversation piece. I don't think players would be even inclined to stick and talk to Mackenzie after he gives them a Thundershot to find that. Like it's why isn't it part of the main narrative progression? I know why they're all human. The mocap and facial animation development are all very pricey. Yeah, but like that didn't stop the other Metroid Prime games from doing it. From just having these cool looking creatures that move in different ways and stuff. I'm glad that there's a conversation, at least an optional conversation that might name Silex, because that's how else are players supposed to know that he's called Silex, because the beginning of the game doesn't give you an opportunity to even scan him, and you get to see him being called Silux. And then you can't really scan him, so I guess the only way you would know that he's called Silex is because you saw the health on his, on the boss. And I feel like a lot of people just misunderstand or stuff. I don't know what's the correct word with echoes. And like it's the sign and all this other stuff, and it's just um whatever. Like, because I also like that, sure, going through the portals and stuff like that might be slow and annoying, but I liked how they still used it, that Dark Aether sort of blocked off in some areas, or you get to do things in one area that affect the other, in one world that affect the other. His name is written on the amiibo, yeah, but what if you're little Timmy and you got Metroid Prime 4 for Crimbus and not the Silex toy? How would you know it's called Silex? Why do I need to search like an outside media to know what the name of the villain is? And you have all this voice acting and all this stuff that I feel like even a trooper on like Tanamar could have just mentioned the name Silex a couple of times just to like hammer it in to the player. Maybe like as you're progressing. Chozo ghosts?
Those aren't ghosts. Honestly, they're probably grievers.
Oh, come on, that's even worse!
What? Why?
Ghosts don't eat people.
I'm more afraid of ghosts. If it's a griever, shooting it down will make it quiet.
Mackenzie, she does have a point. Grievers are little baby boobops. You guys can shoot them down. Why doesn't Nuke and Nora call out Silex escaping the ship? Because I think that nobody notices that. And it was just there for the audience to know that Silex was piloting the ship and it wasn't just some random drone ship, I guess. Like, I feel like you could just have, like, troopers think that it's a regular space pirate invasion at the beginning. And as you progress through, like, the opening sections of the game and you get closer to where you fight Abarax, other troopers say that they noticed their leader and stuff like that, and that it was Silex. And then other troopers being like, what? He's here? He's been destroying all these other bases, or something along those lines. It just helps players know what is like going on in the background or between games and stuff like that. I guess that to be fair, I guess that corruption falls for similar trapping, because how you're supposed to know it's Dark Samus, they don't really call her out by name until the Aurora unit does much later. But I guess that the reason I hyperfixate with Silex is because the lore of this game is that he's been on a rampage, like on killing Federation, destroying Federation facilities, for a time now. That I guess would make me inclined to believe that the Federation would know more about him specifically. I guess especially even more because he's got Federation tech himself. Actually, chat, since I'm in Fury Green, I am missing this fourth scan. If there's anybody out there who knows where it is, I would really appreciate it. And then the other one, I guess. Just try to get 100% just for the channel's sake. People are dying left and right. I think Virus is too G rated. Yeah, I mean, I think that the problem is that this game doesn't really lean much into horror, when like compared to Prime One or even Echoes and Corruption. That always felt like when you sat down to read the scans of Phazon and what it can do and how the space pirates are using it. Like you walk in the Orpheon and you see like the small parasites, and then you see the queens that they've been mutating into. But you scan these random things, they're not for the logbook, and they tell you about how particularly it's been warping and mutating their genetic structure and all this other stuff that really adds this sort of uneasy creepiness to it all, especially with how all the pirates are dead and the music playing in the background and stuff. The fourth tablet is in the room right before the bridge, I think. I thought it was in here, in the bridge landing, but I didn't see. I'm missing number 4 and the last one. On the jungle side of the bridge. Yeah, I thought that was the one as well. Maybe he's in Cliffside Gate. Silex's context is obscure spin-off on outdated hardware, yet Prime 4 name drops him in every aspect and expects some level of familiarity despite him functionally being a whole new villain. Exactly, yeah, you have it spot with stuff in Prime 1. Is in the chapel. Alright. Left to the door. And the chapel is... this one? Temple entrance. Reaction chamber. Cleansing chamber. Reflection chamber. Base camp. By in the chapel, what's the room name? Infinity Bridge. I know that there's one here. On the jungle side of the bridge. That's not it. Arboreal Chapel. Alright, let me see. Thank you, Cthulhu. Ancient Path. Alright. Never knew that was quite a chapel, to be honest. I thought it was more of like a temple. But I guess not much of a difference there. Yeah, it's in the Psychic Glove Room. Apparently. I believe Cthulhu Googled it. Oh, there it is. Sweet. Last scan is in Ice Belt. Alright, so that might be where we're going now, actually. Alright. I'll go to Ice Belt now. I realized that I might need power bombs before I can do the full cleanup in Fury Green, that I guess I rather just do the Metroid, the traditional thing I do in Metroid Prime, where I just get the items that are along my way and then save the rest for cleanup. It just feels that in this game I really have to go way more about my way to get 100% of items, because say what you will about the artifact, energy cell, Sky Temple key, scavenger hunt, because they're already on the map and you're going back to the areas and stuff like that with new puzzles to discover. I felt like it at least managed to make like the getting 100% experience feel a little bit more natural, or that you might feel more inclined to go alongside of it, because you're already going out of your way to try and see if you can find all of these MacGuffins. Why not the other? Like in here, I feel like, you know, I don't have to come back to Fury Green and collect a mech part for Betsy. I just come back to Fury Green because I need to collect the items. I was helpful when I entered Fury Green because the enemy variety seemed on point. Yeah, no, I was very hopeful when I walked into Fury Green and I saw all this ecosystem and all this other stuff. I was just kind of waiting for when it's like that room that's similar to the one in Chozo Ruins where you have like, you know, multiple doors, or Talon Overworld where you land on your ship. That might create or try and debate you into going somewhere else that it's not the right way. So like when it's when I left Fury Green and I realized like there was no more doors for me to open. Like at first I thought that, like, you know, where the fire shot, this part is locked by the fire shot at the beginning of the game. So I thought like, all right, maybe I'll get the second beam and that'll be where I go closer to the tree, type of thing, you know. But no, that's just like a room that leads into tutorials for beam mechanics. So I wouldn't. That was a moment, and then like when I went into Vault Forge and I realized that like I kind of had done the section, and it was like 3 rooms and 3 elevators per tower, and only the first tower had elements of like exploration Metroidy, and the other one was just fighting more Cybots that started raising, and the third one is just a Mario Kart track that I started like really feeling it, you know. You can get everything in Fury Green, but 2 things once you get Fire Shot. The last 2 things are power bombs. Yeah, I mean, you also need the Thunder Shot for that other one that I got here. So I don't know if that's what you mean after, or the power-ups after getting the power bomb. That's inherently not the problem, don't mind you. It's just that like there is no story reason for me to discover a new portion of Fury Green with the new power-ups that adds a new context. Like I really thought that we would have gone to that tree, and then once we're on the tree, we get to learn more about the context of how this is connected to other things, given just how much more cinematic this game is. Anyone know if Betsy gets put together as you collect the parts? I'm actually not sure, but that's one of the things I wanted to find out as I'm doing this playthrough, for just the video's sake. I was gonna collect like 3 pieces and then go back to base camp to like get the legacy suit and look at Betsy before I go collect the next. She does get put together? Sweet. I mean, it would be silly if that wasn't the case, you know? Like even if like at least I think the bare minimum would have been like you see the other parts on base camp, and they're like lying there to be put together. All right, let's go to my favorite part of the game. Because A, it's actual regular metric backtracking. We're going back to Icebelt to discover a new portion of the map that's not tied or related to the first portion of the map. And it happens to have a Goodest Boy. It just makes me sad because I know I won't see View ever again. And he's unfortunately stuck in this game. Like, I feel like if you just had one Federation character, so that way all the writing and all the flavor text is set to develop this character and how they might know about Sea-Lux or whatever, that would have been super much more effective than splitting them into 5 different characters. If you were to ask me which characters to keep, I'd be inclined to View as the one guy. I just feel like he can do most of the things that the other troopers would do instead. Like he's already he's got missiles, and he's the pilot of the mech, and I assume that him being a robot, he knows how to fix the mech and type of stuff. And because of the way he talks and he's a robot, he could also be like, I'm accessing the Federation databases, giving her situation, I'm gaining higher clearance. And he starts learning more about Sylex and stuff like that. It's like maybe after the first encounter in Vault Forge, that's what inclines View to like look up more on Sylex. I guess that way it'd be closer to what Corruption did a little bit with the Aurora unit's dialogues. Trying to preserve the Lamorn culture and memories, but the scan visor doesn't contribute it at all. The scan visor? What about the psychic stone that I was given on my head? That gives me psychic powers that were native to the Lamorn. Like, I still don't know why the green energy doesn't affect Samus into, like, getting Griever thoughts. Giving that it's the psychic stone what made or Chatoya says made the Lamorn turn into Grievers and not him and the other priests. And I cannot believe that the Lamorn did not use the suit, the Viola suit, to protect them in the same way it might do Samus, because the game itself says that you need a Viola suit to work as the key for your Viola bike. It's in the scan, it's here. It says it here in the Viola suit. But now that it changed the icy mode, I can go back and read the previous one. But if you click on just Viola suit, it says there that the suit sort of acts as the bike's key. And that's why in Volt Forge, you cannot just grab the bike and beep away. Similar to when Samus first tries to get it. Assisting Samus like Adam does in Fusion Dread, but he's actively helping in the story? Yes, sort of like that. Especially because he can also show up, and because View, a difference from all the other Federation troopers, doesn't just use a gun. He just, he punches the enemies. He's got to, like, walk up to the Grievers and stuff like that, which also adds this extra layer of, like, mechanic to the combat, where View can go and distract the enemies because he's punching them, sort of serving a little bit of, like, a tank, that also makes him feel different to Samus in a complementary fashion. Sure, he can fire those missiles and do all these other things, but you have him just punch stuff and whatever. Say that the missiles are just like, he's got limited ammo and he rather saves that for moments that require the use of it rather than just fighting regular hordes of enemy. If you have to get off Viola, the boost ball works for destroying the crystals. Oh, nice. It's just that I feel like I'm already in biped mode. Why wouldn't I fire a missile? But I didn't know that you could use the boost ball. I'll try it when we're back, just so I can have that and showcase it in the video, even if it's through passing. View's also, from what I've seen, the one who falls the least during the Silex fight. I mean, I don't know about that, chat, because he gets, like, Falcon punched by Silex. My guy just grabs View, punches him in the face, and that's enough to incapacitate him out of the way and give enough time for neither Nora or Armstrong or Tokabi to shoot at Silex, so that Silex can shoot at Mackenzie. And I know that's how it works because I've been memeing the cutscene. Don't make me go into my gallery. I'll showcase a cutscene. It goes from Mackenzie, I'll buy you some time, I'll fix the mech, to Silex punch View in the head once and the other guys don't shoot at him. And then he shoots at Mackenzie. I still say that this part of the game, like when you first come here, would have been way better if it's just an actual long trek. And it's just the build-up and the tension of what lies inside of there, without the wolves. And instead have the wolves, like the wolf horde, attacking you on the second visit. So that way, this the first time you're walking to the Ice Belt facilities, just building the dread and the tension of what might lie inside the belly of the beast. But because you're put into doing an action scene that you have to survive and wait, then like you just it removes the tension, the horror tension that it once had. Lamorn has an intelligent spiritual people could have been an abnormality from the environment, and the world was changing. Their body would regress back to monster form. Also could explain why they couldn't leave the planet en masse. I mean, but if that's the case, why not? Why isn't it in the lore? They don't really. They seem to have been like the Chozo. There's nothing saying that they came from a different planet or implying it. It's just that they wanted to use the green energy to bring back Viros to something else. It's the green energy what's causing them to regress, not like something on the planet, kind of like in Xenoblade X type of stuff, where the planet itself is a cosmic anomaly. Like, I just imagine if I was just walking here the first time, and it's like all the build up to the facility and the dread of what might lie underneath. But the wolves just take me out of it because it's an action sequence that I don't even win. It's like an unwinnable situation. Just to then go meet and talk to Tokabi, who I also agree probably falls the worst, and that's because he interrupts the gameplay the most. I don't really like how he just gives you power-ups instead of me being able to find them. And among that, the biggest issue is him finding the teleporter artifact that's required for the MacGuffin hunt. And this seems like a very big, important piece of Lamorne technology because, may I remind you, a similar thing back on Tanimar kickstarted the whole events of this game. So, like, I think him finding this off-screen, and instead of telling you where he found it or how he stumbled upon it or whatever, he's just telling you about his dad. The fun thing about a fun bug with the scout bots where if you hit them with the thunder shot, before they collapse after jumping, they don't collapse. Oh, I'll try that. I'll hopefully remember that for the next time. All right, my buddy old pal. Look at him, chat. Look at him. He's precious. He's a big chunky robot. Like, ah. And then Samus says, "Let there be robots." He's my baby. Look at his eyes. He's so cute. I love him. They did such a great job with this guy's design, too. And how he talks and the details. How did he get here? The same way the Federation troopers got here. Lamorne magic. I like how he just says you have a new suit, as if sort of like, I had to scan you to identify you. My mistake for not immediately knowing who you are. I'm a robot. I love you. My sweet baby. Like, chat, please. Let me have my view appreciation moment. Look at him. If no one's got me, I know View 995's got me. Can I get a hell yeah? Hell yeah. Look at him. He's so cute. Oh, here's my favorite. This is my favorite thing about the game. No, wait, hold on. I find that very funny.
That
Yeah,
is
'cause
funny.
it's a shock a day keeps the engineer away again because he's a robot. You like the it's different. He's just so cute. Yeah, I know. I have a clip I can show after we're done recording. I'm done recording this part that has View in the mines going like, "Oh my." I'll let you know, my cute robot friend. It's also the way he talks that I think makes him much more engaging. Because it really feels just like robot complying. He's not an AI, he's just a robot. He's emulating the fact that he knows about things, but he's just like good. It's like his UI, so he can be easy to access for troopers and stuff. But Gosh, I forgot my point. I didn't even remember what I was talking about. It would have been cool if there was a sequence in the game where View has to help you defeat some creatures you can't come in contact with. Like, for example, if we got to Baja Blast possibly corrupting Samus' idea. Yeah, View can help you so do the Baja Blast emitting enemy since he doesn't have physical crystal. Yeah, that'd be great. When he was the thing that when he has that thing that happens to his arm, I literally sat there like, no, my baby. Same here. I couldn't bear see him injured. No, Nora and Duke dying, I slept. Robot without his arm, no. He did so well helping us. I think it would have been cool if I'm using this beam that the ice defrosts a little bit, but that would have been just too expensive of a mechanic. Just for it to be a visual thing. Punch! Thank you, View. It's like they actually use him for like a puzzle or stuff that you have to take command of versus Duke who's there to open a door. This part is also cool. Like, because you see this temple when you're going down the first time you visit this area. Oh. See, like, he could already be a better navigator than the other guys. Because you're leaning onto the angle that he's just trying to be a robot, you know. Oh, yeah. What I was going to say is that in the Great Minds, when he shows up to help you, he goes like, oh my, what a large specimen. And he goes fight the Elite Griever stuff. But in my clip, he unfortunately says that as the Griever is prepping the attack and just absolutely bodies out. Chatin Haran. It would have been cool if Use, when sacrificing himself, he merged his body with Samus' suit so Samus could break open paths afterwards. Maybe. Or just more, I would say less about that and more the fact that you get View's, like, vibration arms as an ability. Instead of that. So that way it doesn't go back to, like, a Federation suit. Yeah, this is the one scanlog that makes me like, why isn't Samus being affected by the green energy? Why didn't you just move planets, man? Then this made me think like it was spreading throughout like the cosmos, like Phazon, but it's really not. The View suit. I mean, the View suit would have been cool in like a Federation Force type of game. But I think it would still, like, I would still love to see that as concept art or like fan art, to be honest. And how you incorporate like his head, eyes, and like little antennae. Would have been more interesting than just Light Suit 2.0. I agree, but I feel like you could have just made the suit something more Lamorne oriented, given that it's the fruit, you know? Jump in the hole, Samus. Alright, there we go. That's all the lore. Or what the game considers Lamorne lore. I like this room. But the only issue I have is that once again, it makes Icebelt feel a little bit too much like Phendrana Drifts for me. Because there's the temple side of it, like we're exploring right now. And then there's this facility research studying the new mutagen, whatever you want to call it, energy, with the space pirate facility on Phendrana. But at least we're actually having some metric backtracking. That's the win. So unfortunately, this is the last room of the subsection, so it's really just, again, 3 hallway rooms. Deadweight was mentioning it to me on his stream the other day. Like, this is it. This is all there is to that second portion of the map. It's just this. Like, from Cliffside up to this room, so... And to be fair, it's the same thing in the Chozo Temple leading up to the fight with the Sheegoth. In the original Prime. I just feel like that room had more of a puzzle as an artifact that you have to go back to acquire. And it's sort of like early into the game, so it's not like it takes you all this time to go back, and the game is already doing more of exploration with Phendrana as a whole. Because then you go to the pirate facility, and then you go to the cliffside section where you get the gravity suit that I feel like it compensates for it. Where here it's the only thing that there is aside from all the Griever study rooms that kind of, majority of them look the same because they're studying the same thing in the same way. Where I think it would have been cool if you had pods that had these flying guys or the birds or some other creatures so that they're like making cross-reference studies with other species so that they can better see how to alter the green energy side effects, you know? I'm ashamed to admit I forgot to scan the spider ball track. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta scan these. I also gotta scan I hate that we went back to Prime 1 where you have to scan these things. So I gotta scan the other things. Shit. What's the scan percentage right now? We're at 44 items and 70% scans in comparison. I haven't sat down to count like one by one how many scans are in there in this game compared to the other ones. But it definitely is less because like in the original Metroid Prime, on top of the research and creature, you had like a very robust space pirate data logs and Chozo lore logs. And again, because it doesn't play the little sound effect like in the other games, it's hard to know what I scanned that counts for this for it and what does not. I feel like we went back to the Metroid Prime 1, like, alright, missable scan stuff that nobody really kind of liked. But at least with the original Prime, you could carry your scan percentage forward to a New Game Plus. This game, it deletes your save file, so you cannot just carry over your scans into a second playthrough and just complete the scan book. You're forced to restart the game. Again, how else do they make you buy a $30 Silex amiibo to see that one cutscene? But yeah, that was it. That was it for this area. 127 scans in Prime 4. How much is there in comparison to the other Prime games, if you happen to know? So New Game Plus in Prime 1, not in the way that you expect. Not like in the traditional video game you started with all your power-ups. I meant like if you finish the game, you can save your save file and restart from scratch. But you get to keep all your scans that you already have, so you only have to focus on scanning what you didn't get on your first go. Versus this game that just outright deletes your save file, so you have to do the whole thing from zero. And then you have to like scan 100% of the things or items, or you don't get the ending. Versus the other Prime games where you just cared about your item percentage, which you're never sort of locked out getting an item, so you can always go back and doing 100% and get the secret ending. And then the scans, which felt more tedious and optional, were there just for like, concept art unlocks, which to be fair, I think they should have just done this. I don't know. The only other one I have is Prime Remaster. Yeah. Do you know how many scans are in that game? Because again, I keep saying this is like the Force Awakens soft reboot of that game, and with that hinges closer to Metroid Prime 3 than the other. I just think it'd be interesting to know in general. In general. Yeah, Prime 4 says, nah, do it perfect. To even the casual players, which sucks. Yeah, and this especially sucks because the game is very sort of handholdy. Like, I don't feel like this game trusts my abilities of getting lost and finding my way forward. Or that players who buy Metroid games don't like that experience, which, again, I feel like it's trying to cater to multiple crowds rather than a specific audience. And because of that, it doesn't really, like, stick the landing on most of its things. Honestly, I wish this game had more unique areas than the typical ice area and lava area. And mines area. And green forest area. Which is kind of what I liked about Corruption, even if all of its maps were freaking orange. Is that, like, Brio was a new take on, like, Fury Green type of environment. In Skytown was this, like, steampunk facility that's up in the sky, so you can always fall down and stuff like that. And then the Valhalla is all pink and weird and littered, makes the blue phazon pop out. My friend Mace said it best on Deadweight stream. This game doesn't hold your hand; it drags you around. Well, it handcuffs you and then drags you around. I seriously don't know why they kept the voice line of Mackenzie telling you after Vault Forge that you can go in any other order. They should have just removed that line and just be like, alright, Mackenzie will say something of a whateverness. Die. Be purged. Sickness must be purged. This shall be mercy. Be
Weakness
gone
must
with
be
you. It's gotten so bad I'm quoting Final Fantasy XIV bosses now. The only guidance I need in a game is a way to tell me where the progression is. Everything else is me figuring out on my own. I agree. Especially in a Metroid game. I feel like if you just tell me, hey, it's in this room, like the original Prime did, like, hey, it's in Phendrana in this room, then like I get to narrow down and stuff like that. But even then I felt like the hint system in Prime 1 and 2 took like a good 20 or 10 minutes for it to trigger and stuff like that. And when I've gone back to look at other people stream Prime 4 and Prime 1 remaster, I see a lot more people getting lost and stuff than this game. Like, I was really looking forward to just turning off the hint system in this game and trying to figure it out on my own and be so, like, trapped and confused that I would, like, want to use it.
I'm just gonna say, because this is a conversation that happens often,
Yeah.
and a friend of, not a friend, someone that I know also says this a lot, is like, well, that's because kids are stupid. I'm like, that's not an answer, because when I was a kid, I finished 3 Nintendo games without knowing a shit of English.
Yeah, we like would kids like learn stuff. I feel like people
Yeah,
just misunderstand kids being kids with just all kids are dumb, which is sort of funny when you ask me, and then you have a game that is like this. Because like Gabe was saying, like, when we were growing up, I didn't have a Metroid Prime guide. English has always been a second language for me. But I was still able to figure out where to go and what to do because the video games were like teaching me how to do, and kids aren't stupid. Oh,
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
Elgato died.
Yeah. I'm just rebooting the software.
Yeah, but no, like I finished Ocarina of Time and Banjo-Kazooie without knowing anything that anybody was telling me.
Yeah, same with Majora's Mask, and it was only much later that like I learned.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. I think I might have to redo that part because I don't know if Arigato really recorded it because it crashed.
I think it's more to the fact that people are getting complacent with the fact that they can just Google the answer rather than kids being stupid
Yeah.
that this is happening.
All right. I'm gonna take a quick 5 minute.
Break?
I'm gonna go get water break.
Yeah, get some water.
I'll leave you guys with Gabe.
Wait, can they hear me? Hey, Chad, raise your hand if you can hear me. Hell the fuck yeah, look at that. Y'all can hear me. No, Brian, you are punished. No Game Boy for you, remember? Chad, don't let Brian get his Game Boy. Now, the question is, Chad. Yes, Ghosty, you can have the Game Boy. You get all the Game Boys. In fact, you have the Game Boy Pocket, the Game Boy Color, the Game Boy Pocket Lite that was only in Japan. By the way, Chad, I just found out about this one not too long ago. There was a Game Boy Pocket that only released in Japan that had a backlight. So you didn't have to like put a lantern in front of your Game Boy to see. Yay, Metroid 2 time? I mean, if the Elgato is fully dead, Chad, Albert probably won't be able to make as good as a video as he wants to. But yeah, we can maybe switch to Prime 2 to a better game. By the way, if anybody knows of a way to get the Zelda Wind Waker multiplayer working without hear me out, without Hamachi, then let me know because it's not that I don't know how to use Hamachi, it's just I don't like Hamachi. I have nightmare memories of Hamachi from way back in the day where that was the only option to like play online games together without, connecting to online. I heard beams. Oh, you meant Metroid 2 on the Game Boy? Damn. So the original one where you wouldn't know where to go either. No, not Hamagi, Hamachi. So for those who don't know, Hamachi is a very old software that it was the only way to do peer-to-peer connections for games that no longer had a server or a service, or you needed something very specific to like connect kind of locally because it didn't have an online. Like I remember back Warcraft 3. For those who remember or know about Warcraft 3, that game had an online, but you had to have a subscription or pay for the game. Which back in my country, back in the days, I didn't have the game. I had to pay $1 for a very borrowed copy. Like early Parsec, kinda. It's kind of like Parsec, yeah. Basically, but it was much worse, much more of a nightmare, and it barely worked. Oh yes, back in the old lands. You'll make fun of me. but I will outlive you all. Not really. Probably not. But I'll try my best.
Stream died.
Yeah, stream died.
Huh. We're back though.
We're back, Chad.
It
See, don't
was-
worry, don't die.
It was like a hiccup. Just
We're back, Chad.
just back.
We're back. Bueno, someone said the old land, and I was like, yeah, the old lands. You kids and your EDM music and Justin Bieber.
Gosh.
That's gonna be my favorite joke.
My favorite joke is this one.
Prime Fort, yeah.
Oh wait. Forgot to swap the mode.
I guess people don't do ranked PvP at this hour.
No, everybody's at work.
Duke Punch.
Yeah, here's the scene I was talking about. Like he just punches View out of the way, you know? He just punches View. And then there's these three guys with guns aiming at him.
And no one shoots him.
That's it. That's how much I'm playing with it this time. Traumatized by a terrible 100% infusion. Man, I might be the weird one, but I find the one from Zero Mission harder to do than Fusion.
What's the difference?
Zero Mission has more precise speed booster sequences that you have to do, and you can't really afford to miss them a lot because again, you have to collect 100% under 2 hours. So there's a few instances where it's like really, really difficult, or at least I guess skill issue. Chat, would right now be a good time to just like explore all of the temples and like get the beam upgrades in them before we go to the mines? Fusion's 100% ending being logged with the music makes it hard to compare to Zero Mission. Well, here's the thing, Ghosty. In case you didn't know, you can start the 100% before you talk to Adam and it changes the music. So you could just go from Sector 1 to the others and still listen to the regular soundtrack of the game. If you don't go talk to Adam up until the point where you collected all the items from the other sectors, and then you have to return to the main deck to collect the few items in there as you make your way to the SAX. It's just food for thought in case you ever wanted to give it a try. The Fusion is the one I play the most. Yeah, if you have the shotgun. Yes. Alright, I do have the shotgun. Well, alright. More power to you, I guess. I was just trying to offer some info. You know. I think that they're both equally sucky in some ways, but I digress. You have to talk to him after the research lab, and that triggers a music change, isn't it? No, you have to talk to him after the Ridley boss fight, and that triggers a music. So after you fight Ridley, you can just go for the 100% with a screw attack and not go back. Like, the music will trigger, not only it's after Adam tells you to blow up the facility, and he tells you any objections, lady, you know? So, like, you can just bypass that and go to the other sectors through the secret pathways, and you can that way explore the other areas with the regular music before you, like, do that. It's just food for thought because I used to speedrun Fusion back in the days. So like I only really heard that song was when I was about to go fight the SAX for real for real. Cuz after the restricted sector you go to the music can be annoying, don't get me wrong. Yeah, also Brian, I owe you the concept art. I haven't forgotten. It's just that really spent the outdoors weekend after last Beyond stream. Um, so I didn't really have much of my files with me, but I can send them to you after the stream is over. At this point, I feel like I'm so afraid of just missing a single scan and having to do this all over again. Though I think that if I don't get 100% scans in here, I'm just gonna take that L.
And say fuck it.
Unless there's like something I can go back and scan, but like if I miss something that I can no longer get, then like alright, so be it. I tried my best by being intentional about what I'm doing now. Those spiders spawn twice ever, wow. It's like I might go back and try Zero Mission again, but it's just like those Shine Spark puzzles at like the Space Pirate base before you fight Ridley, or the ones with the Bull Spark that I guess I never really quite got good at. Then again, most of the time I'm playing Zero Mission, I'm usually going for like a 15% run because I'm insane and I like paying that way, I guess. I don't know, I just find the 15% such a fun and interesting like idea of beating the game and you only using the 7 key items that you need and then the rest is whatever makes you feel more comfortable. Yeah, it is satisfying when you nail a Shine Spark puzzle. I just feel that the Shine Spark in Zero Mission can be a little bit more jank. But I can, you know, I think it's just a matter of preference in the end. They're both fantastic games. If anything, it kind of makes me wish that Dread or future 2D Metroid games find a way where they can get away with having like 100% under specific amount of time criteria. Because like when I was a kid, part of the fun was like, how the fuck do I even do that? You know? And that made me want to go, I know, game. I know, I have a brain. Unfortunately.
Yeah, with the brain you cannot really enjoy this game.
Yeah. Dread is where Shine Spark peaked, agreed. For sure, definitely. And I like it, and that's part of the reason I really like Dread, is that it really feels much more accessible to the type of techniques you might need to do for like the same type of 100% experience that Fusion and Zero Mission ask. That I think it would have just been fun to see if they managed to incorporate something along those lines. But I'm also fine with the Metroid game just being like traditional, just go fast, you know?
Do enemies just randomly show up every so often?
Yes, they just randomly spawn. And I hate fighting them because fighting them usually means stop what you're doing. and go in a straight line until you destroy them, and then go back. And I hate the fact that I cannot just like hit the big green energy crystal or the majority of it, and then the rest are destroyed. I have to make sure I run into each one of these things, and then these robots won't leave me the fuck alone. See what I mean? Oh, there's the other one. Total stands per game. 146 for Prime 1, 245 for Echoes. 195 for Corruption, 127 for Beyond. So Beyond does have the least amount of things to scan. But it's also interesting when you think about the fact that like Prime has 146 scans, but you get so much like a variety of lore between Space Pirate scans, Choso scans, and other stuff, when compared to the Lamorne, where like the Lamorne lore is only like 10 scans. Dread Shine Spark is too fun. And when you're going room to room, blasting through the X-Parasites. Yeah, no, it's so much fun, man. The worst thing about Prime 4 having this open world is that there is still just pure linearity with no choices. I would have liked to tackle Gray Mines after Vault Forge. Yeah, and the worst part about that is that Mackenzie debates you into thinking that, like, tricks you into thinking that that's how the game is going to progress, that you can just go at any point that you want. And I remember when I was playing this game with Croco, he saw that part, and he was like, all right, I just got my bike. I kind of want to go to Icebuild because I'm very interested how that looks from the trailers and stuff like that. So we went to Icebuild. We found the door that's locked, and then we went back to the desert just for Mackenzie to tell us, oh no, by the way, the right way is through the volcano. So no, you cannot go at this in any way that you want. And I also hate the fact that like the green energies, you gotta wait for the big piles with the power bombs in order to actually be able to fill it. So it makes the sheer amount of just smaller crystals that fill this massive percentage a little bit more annoying to collect if you want to go for the 200 green energy crystal percentage, which I'm debating whether or not to do. Just because this is for like this is my backlog for editing videos purposes moving forward. So I usually try and record 100% run or something along those lines that showcases what there is to the game. So that way when I'm editing, I can just rely on the fact that I might have all the footage I need to edit this offline. The worst part is the robot enemies can spawn at one point when you go to the GFS Outpost ruins. They are insanely accurate if you try to just ignore them. Yeah, dude, last time, I don't know if you remember last time, Libitina, but like, I was trying to just collect green energy and they spawned even though I wasn't in the bike and they just instant killed me. And I got very salty. I will say, well, I think Shine Spark is so good. I'm glad Shine Spark was not in Samus Returns. I just like Samus Returns try to make the map design as claustrophobic as possible, like Metroid 2, unlike AM2R, where it had to make maps bigger for to use Shine Spark. Also, it was cool to see Samus Return trying to try new methods for 100% because of that. Agreed. It's part of the reason I feel like, you know, the whole comparing AM2R to Samus Returns was kind of a silly thing in general. Dr. M64 was happy with Samus Returns being a thing in general. And I like to think that things like AM2R got us to get that game, but you know, at the end of the day, one game is when there are different interpretations at and approaches at remaking a game that I think is just what makes them so unique and different. But I agree with the fact that I enjoyed that it wasn't in Samus Returns because it allowed like the game to feel a little bit more claustrophobic and closer to what Samus was able to do in the original game. that it just felt like interesting going back at a 2D Metroid game where there wasn't a shine spark, and then how did the developers come up with new puzzle interactions that might benefit to it. I'm also just a sucker for how Mercury Steam captured the and redesigned the Metroid evolutions. They look so ominous and scary. I saw that on one of your previous streams. Yeah, dude, that was last Friday. That really, really sucked. Because they also do a lot of damage. Everything in this game, for whatever reason, is like a bullet sponge that also deals like massive damage at you. So, like, I find it specifically for those enemies, it's very easy for you to just get surprised and jumped and died it. Just like they're trying to do now. It's like I summoned them. Oh, you've been enjoying silence too much. Die. Can anybody confirm whether this game, the Viola suit has like a defense upgrade, kind of like the ones in Prime 1? It's always the fucking rollers too. Yeah. I do like how these rooms light up. A lot of criticisms of Samus Returns as a whole, especially the ending, but it was a game that introduced a lot of color news and pushed Metroid forward. I feel like I have criticisms for both Samus Returns and AM2R in general, but I feel like the main flaws that both games suffer tend to be tied to just the game that they're remaking and stuff like that. It's more like a Metroid 2 problem rather than these remakes problems, and I can understand why people might prefer one over the other. It was just like there was a point where the community just like sometimes part of the reason I don't really go to much Metroid servers and stuff is because I usually end up walking into some form of like AM2R better than Samus Returns. You're with me or you're against me, or you know, Prime 4 bad, Other M bad, whatever. Like I feel like we no longer talk about just silly things that makes Metroid games funny and silly. And because everybody needs to have a take and an opinion online.
You wanna know what we need?
Yeah.
Devil May Cry 2 remake.
I thought we needed more subs.
I mean, always.
Neither does the Legacy suit. So 2 suit upgrades, but no defense upgrades with them. That's kind of sad. Can anybody confirm if Echoes does the same thing? Not like the Dark Aether shielding, but just that getting the Dark suit gives you a defense upgrade, kind of like one with the other. Chad is saying that Lucia and Dante's coat deserve another chance. Gabe?
Lucy and Dante, yeah, they do. 100% they do.
Like if Hideki Kamiya worked on Okami 2 before he does the MC1 or 2 remake. This is Brian.
I don't know. Hideki Kamiya is not usually the guy that does follow-up sequels of games that he worked already.
But he's in it working on the sequel of Okami?
Is he?
Yes.
Because so far as I know,
I believe that was the whole thing. The new Okami sequel has Hideki Kamiya in it, I think.
huh? Look at that. That will be one of the very few games that he actually does a sequel to.
Yeah.
I knew he returned to Capcom.
Lucia needs a new game. I agree as well. Add me into the chat of, add me into the train of I agree. It's almost funny how much more reliable it is to just like boost and morph ball bomb your way through these things than the bike. Like, I miss what people would talk about an enemy in the series and went, man, I wish I could have them as a pet. Yeah. Like, I feel like the sad thing for me is like, I cannot go into like a Metroid place and just make shit posts that make fun of any of the game. Like, if I made a shit post that's like poking fun at Dread, somebody will take it seriously and be like, blah, 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 blah. And I'll be like, oh, it's just a silly shit post. So, like, I'm very afraid of the moment where I'm doing the same for Prime 4 just because it's got so much meme potential and it's just immediately me getting, like, flamed because whatever. Chad, if you could have a Metroid enemy as a pet, not counting the Metroids, what would it be and why?
Right.
Also, the chat is really talking about DMC, Gabe.
Damn. Look at that. I thought it was a Brian 4 stream.
I mean,
Well, that means you have to play P2 now. but on
what
stream.
else is there for me to say about this game, man? Little Birdie?
Well, yeah, DMC one
Either
has
the Wolves or
horror
Prime 4
elements.
or Crocomire.
Prime 4 or Crocomire. I
Yeah,
will
the-
have Kraid as a
Kraid?
mascot.
Yeah, Kraid as a pet would be cool. Musby? Those Sphinx crabs look cute. Could ride one as a horse. I think I would have like a respite as a not a respite, a Triclops as a pet. The little guys in the morph ball tunnels of like the original Prime and stuff that like spew you out. If not Rippers, the ones that are like flying from side to side. Mocktroids also are counted as Metroids. I'm sorry, Chad. Give me another answer. It cannot be anything Metroid adjacent.
Can it be Mother Brain?
Yes, it can be Mother Brain. It's not Metroid adjacent.
Can it be Captain N Mother M?
No. Because it's not a Metroid enemy. Make Orpheon play DMC 1, 3, or 2 on Switch or HD Collection. We get a no subs. or
No.
hype train. A gamer, you
the
have to be careful with
collector-
the spikes.
The collector's DMC from the collector's edition are pretty bad.
I
The
thought that
direct
one,
port of the direct port of 3 on the Switch, yes, but the one from the collector, no.
yeah, I thought we were. I think that's what Brian is saying because he's pointing the kappa at the end as a sarcastic joke. Ex Jelly Boy, alright, that's pretty good. Can it be can
but
I
yeah.
be controlled by Dark Samus? I mean, yes, you can join the Pond and Albert Hive Mind Brain, but that doesn't count to answer the question. Oh yeah, can't go wrong with a gamer either. Save art for flesh eating bacteria that I carry, I guess. Okay, but there's still a thing. Mother brain with legs or without legs? That's up to you to decide, Chad.
Can it be both?
I mean, yeah, I guess it's still mother brain. Actually, what about Emmy as a pet? That also counts.
What about Ravenbeak?
Also counts. It's not Metroid adjacent.
What about Samus?
No, because I said enemy and she's also Metroid adjacent.
Technically, she's the enemy of the Spice Pirates.
Technically, she's still Metroid adjacent. So it defeats the first clause. The SAX, I'm sorry,
But
that's Samus adjacent, which makes it Metroid adjacent. Try again. I know there's like one of these rooms that has a power-up at the tail end. SAX, that's Samus without the Metroid DNA. So you're telling me that Samus isn't a Metroid, an Ultimate Warrior? She's pre-Metroid DNA? I don't care. She's Metroid adjacent. What about Space Pirates as pets? This feels wrong. I mean, the whole question was wrong. Quiro, that's my choice? Sorry, it doesn't count because he's not an enemy. Mine would be Gandrada. Because then I get to have anything. Sup, Kricken? How you doing? By the way, I wanted to give you a shout out because I've been looking at your art all the way back since like the early 2000s and stuff. And you've really come very far in the improvement, and I just felt like saying that. Keep up the great work. Sort of like a Shadow fan, I guess.
A Shadow fan?
Yeah. You can't have Space Pirate for a pet because Space Pirate's own Metroid's as pets, Metroid adjacent. Yeah, there you go. Quadraxis is a pet. Yeah, there you go. How about the Emperor Ing? Yeah, that counts. Do slave
What
enemies
about the Metroid
count?
Prime?
What do you mean? Okay, then yeah, I think my choice of pet would be Crocomire. It'd be a pain to clean up after him, but he just need his own space. Ah, Croco is great. He's very cute. He's just chilling. Metroid animations, yeah, me too. When I was like growing up, and I was a lot in like Newgrounds and DeviantArt, looking at art and animations, as I was trying to figure out how to work Flash and After Effects and stuff myself. You know who would I have as a pet? I would have Mackenzie. And before anybody says he's not a baddie, he is the most evil of them all. The hand-holding navigator. Gandrada was controlling a true enemy. I don't care, it still counts. She's not Metroid adjacent. She's still in the evil side in some way. Even with all her sass and stuff. Freaking Mackenzie off you and you win the argument. It's just a joke. It's a shitpost. No, you don't get SAX, chat member. I'm sorry, Cthulhu, but that's Samus adjacent. Which makes him Metroid adjacent. I'm sorry. You cannot have a Samus clone. I found a loophole, though. Because it's not a Samus clone. It's a shapeshifter. This stupid shitpost has gone too far, but I really appreciate all of you guys giving. What about Silex as a pet? Okay, he's you can't. He's Metroid adjacent now. He's got Metroids. Hunter Silex, maybe, but no longer. Sorry, it works both ways. If we're applying that stupid rule of Samus, we're applying it to Silex as well. Gandrada turns into Samus, exactly, but she's shape-shifting. She's not Samus. And it's a could type of situation. I'm saying Gandrada. I'm not saying Gandrada shape-shifted to Samus. I'm just saying Gandrada, because she's already peak as she is.
Annie, the fuck?
I mean, freaking, that's what we're all here for. I'm just making silly videos and adding to the Metroid ether. It's just for more fun. For the silliness. If the reason you want a character is because it's kind of like Samus, then that'll break the third clause that I'm putting right now. So Gandrada only counts so long as she's not shapeshifting into Samus. Meta Ridley? Yeah. And sorry, he's also Metroid adjacent. This is getting sillier and stupider by the minute.
Goku?
But what if I was good and I said, please, no. I don't care. You can be as good and try all that you might, but my guy, I'm called the Orpheon. I'm in the side of the Space Pirates.
Can I have a Goku as a pet?
No, he's not from Metroid, I'm sorry.
If you try hard enough, yeah. Wait, no, he is. You play as Goku Metro Super Metroid.
In Super Metroid? In Super Metroid Randomizer, but that would also make him Samus adjacent.
And Knuckles.
Because it's so easy just saying, oh, Samus. So I'm just trying to make Chad actually mention, like, creatures and stuff. I'm just trying to, like, break them all. Because I feel like whenever I ask this question, I get the cheeky Samus, ha ha ha, Dark Samus, ha ha ha, SAX, ha ha ha. Hold on, I'll be
Virus.
right back. I gotta make this part and check on something real quick. All right. And I'm back. I left some water boiling and I just was making sure it didn't become a mess. See, I like that you care about the Q-metric critters. I mean, without them, I feel like they're a quintessential part of, like, Metroid, you know? That, like, I wanted to have a reason to shout them out in a fun way to see what you guys might like, but we always get the people who are like SAX because I can't think of a Metroid creature, so I'll just mention Samus or something that's kind of like Samus or Metroids in general. So that's why I was trying to, like, encourage people to just mention a boss because it might be funny just when you picture it or whatever. Like, they're like, if not, I would also have, like, those ice guys from Metroid Prime. The little ice scarab guys that you need to fire a missile to destroy. They also seem fun. We have, like, the Sonic Shriekback, or the Skitterbat, I think it's called, that are also going in Phendrana, because they kind of remind me of a swallow. Dude, imagine having a Sheegoth or a Grenchler as a pet, but... No, we gotta keep on mentioning Samus. Where is this last temple? Shrine. Thought it was around here. 1, 2,
Don't worry, Brian.
3.
I have every single Devil May Cry. Albert will play them all.
4. I'm missing 2. Yeah, I'm... Croker just asked her, you were playing in Oblivia? Oh, wait, it's Soul Valley. Oh. I mean, I just think like a Shigov or a Grantler would make for an excellent like guard dog deterrence. Seeing the critters in the game. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna look up on a map. Soul Valley map. Wow. I gotta specify Metroid Prime 4. Alright, I see where they are. I've just been like riding around them this entire time. I think the Shigov is more of a bear than a dog. Yeah, I guess so. I can see that. Die. Well, you're gonna be co-hosting from the shadows now?
Who's gonna co-host from the shadows?
Croco.
Damn.
Nightmare. Ooh, that's an interesting choice. Nero can't be unlocked before we beat the heck out of his deadbeat dad. We're calling Virgil a deadbeat. He was like 2 top tier in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, I'll have you know. Arguably that game's strongest character.
Yes, he is.
It's kind of unfunny how strong and perfect at everything he is in that game. Rogue Federation be like...
Virgil the Virgin. He's no virgin.
I mean, he's got a son.
Guy got around.
The guy has a son. I don't know about that, Chad. I don't see the son of Dante walking around. That's all I'm saying.
Not only that, the guy went around, like, honestly.
Brian says, I think you mean lore accurate, Kappa.
One
Bro
lizard.
left a book for his son rather than spending time with him. I mean, he still has a son, though.
Yeah, he's so no virgin.
I like Metroid's little guys. I enjoy the small flying robots in Sector 6 from Fusion. Oh yeah, those guys. Or there's also like those things with a one eye that fly in Metroid Fusion that they make the little me sound effect as they're flying by. I always liked those as a kid because of the silly sound effect. How many bad apples do you think the Galactic Federation might have? At least 2, and they're called Miles McKenzie and Nora Armstrong. Yeah, that's just a shit post with no punchline. I'm getting worse at these. Yeah, those guys. Yeah, dude, they're so. I love them so much. Gyroscope mechanism responds to psychic ability. Oh. Ah. They're always what I remember the most in Nog, besides the Blue X and the X Spot. I also really remember the little like worm guys that are like on the ceiling and stuff, and then the puffer things. Dante's kit will show up in Devil May Cry 6 and 7. Trust me, Wacky Wahoo Pizza Uncle works at Nintendo Capcom. Kappa. Dante looking after Virgil. Virgil ripping Nero's arm.
No. He asked Virgil for a hand.
Virgil asked him for a hand.
Yeah, he was like,
Hey, give me
"Hey
a
Nero,
hand
can you
with
give me a
this."
hand at something?"
Yes, Papa. What it will be?
Your actual hand.
Oh.
Hey,
Wait, this
look,
is
it's
the one.
not Virgil's fault. Then Nero took the Yamato and it got literally embedded into his arm.
Yeah, I mean,
That sword was for Virgil, not for Nero.
oh yeah, Patty exists. Dante already had a surrogate daughter, lol. Says chat. It's not the same.
Not really.
It's
No,
not the
not
same.
really. I wouldn't call her a surrogate daughter or anything. It's more like he got paid to take care of her for a while.
Babysitter.
Yeah.
I see like a surrogate daughter more like Mizuki with Date in Somnium Files. Or Quiet Robe in the Chozos, I guess. It's weird how Bulls were retconned in Other M to be like Puffers by default, so now their names is kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, I think it was Prime that called them Puffers first, though. Prime 1. What 3 Metroid games do y'all think have the best enemies creatures? Echoes, Fusion, and then for me be a tie between Prime 1. I'm just thinking about the enemies. Like I think Echoes has the best in general and in all. But if not, I'd probably put my money on like Prime 1 as well. How would a digger not do as a pet? Pretty good if you want like a giant robot. You know? I would rather have somebody like View, but that's just me. Honestly though, I wish Metroid got an anime like DMC and not a Netflix one. I just would rather get more Metroid games than anime.
What do you mean like an enemy like from DMC?
They mean like the DMC anime from 2007 and not the Netflix one. That's what
Oh,
chat
an
is saying.
anime. I heard. I
Anime.
understand me.
Nandayo, kore wa.
Honestly, I'm gonna be the awkward guy in the room. I like the Netflix one more than the 2007 anime.
Here we go. For me, it's Prime 1, 2, and Dread. Yeah, Dread is also pretty good at the creatures. Huh, weird. Yeah, Puffers were in Prime 1, Bull X and Fusion. Share the same traits in Super, though. Balls just sprint towards you rapidly like angry. Well, Bull, yeah. Gendy Tarakovsky. What about him?
What about him?
What about him, Chad?
What about Gendy?
It's not like I'm trying to make my own Metroid show. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I can show you, Chad. I can show you the character. I feel like
I don't know.
the reason Gendy would work for Metroid is because the guy understands like less is more
Island characters and more.
and visual storytelling to drive a character forwards based on what they're doing and stuff, which is very synonymous with the type of storytelling that Metroid tends to have, which is part of the reason I feel like Beyond Story is sort of just like wow. There it is.
Like after watching Primal, I definitely say yeah, he could do a Metroid one easily.
Yeah. What do you think about Prime 4? I think a lot of things about Prime 4. A lot. I was replying to Tail the lol. Yeah, I trust Gendy, but I would trust me more. Let me do it. This is the moment where I show you my characters and concept art, and I'd be like, wait a minute, I'm just doing it myself. I feel like the other way you can really get away with metching a Metroid show, if it was like in the Gendy style, is like keep it Samurai Jack style, in which it's like each episode is sort of a self-contained little Metroid experience, but it's all building towards a bigger thing at the end. So that way you kind of get the liberty of Samus exploring different cultures and different planets and stuff like that. And allows the team also to get creative with the lore and the species that the Chozo have. Not the Chozo, that Metroid games can have. Because even then I'd be like, all right, try not to have the Chozos. Most is inserted. Socket modes can be... Socket emotes are removable. All right.
I see what you mean, chat member, but if you add horror to Devil May Cry, then it's no longer Devil May Cry.
Yeah, Devil May Cry is more of like a, you know,
A mockery of horror.
horror themed funny action game
Mm-hmm.
that uses the action as a means of expressing Dante's character and sort of his powers and stuff like that in a way that might be fun and engaging, but it never really leans into horror too much.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, there's demons and monsters and shit like that, but you are never in fear or scared.
Leon S. Kennedy, the game. And instead of Aku and having dialogue, it's really silently stalking her. God, it would be work so well. I would even tell him not to have Ridley. Just let Gendy create his own Metroid villain.
Honestly, yeah. I will give
just
100%
let
like...
Gendy make what he thinks would work best for this story, rather than here's a list of characters that you need to have in the show to meet sort of a quota. Because just because like cater it to whatever story he might be wanting to say and expand on the Metroid universe so that the show can be like its own thing and have this level of uniqueness to it, then tying it to like the other games and stuff. Like if I were in charge of producing it, I'd be like, the only constant that makes this a Metroid show is the way we're telling the stories and that Samus is in them.
Yeah, it has to be more of a
leaning
visual
on the horror
storytelling.
aspect that makes Metroid, and make one episode psychological horror, another one a body horror, another one like a cosmic horror type of stuff. But let them have the ability of just creating more things to the franchise that cater to these stories. So I got a random question for you all. Has anyone here made up any Metroid OCs? Yes, I have.
No.
I have concept art, but then I decided they're no longer Metroid OCs. They're just my OCs.
Oh wait, no, technically I have made a
Yeah.
Metroid OC,
You've made two of them that I can think of on the top of my head.
Does the Kamen Rider one is the one they're thinking of?
The Kamen Rider one, and then the other like Chozo one that you made for me as a shit post.
Yeah, the Chosen one. That's the one I was thinking of.
Oh, and the Kamen Rider though.
Do you count that one as a Metroid OC or is it a Kamen Rider OC?
I mean, it's very Metroid themed, and you painted in Samus's color scheme, so I would count it as a sort of a Metroid OC. It could be one of either type of OC. All right, let's go and watch the movie. Who's ready to watch Metroid Prime 4 the movie?
I don't wanna.
Well, too bad.
I wanna see the new Mickey Mouse.
I am lol. Kamen Rider Metro. Wow, I haven't thought of my Metroid AC in a hot minute. Well, I showed mine the other stream. But it's mostly that it's less that I think my character is like a part of the Metroid universe, but more that it's inspired by the Metroid universe. In a way or other. You know? Does that mean you're going to the mines? You're 100% correct, chat member. Ding, 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 ding. Give that chat member a prize. It's actually a mother of like 3 little birdie creatures. But then later on, it's revealed that she's actually fighting Ridley, but rather a different member of his species. Yeah, but I would still like deviate from I know what that is isms, because I think that's just plaguing the media as a whole, where the Marvel syndrome, where I know what that is, I know who that is, excitement, where I think again it would be fun, like if they can just do whatever thing they think would best fit the story that they want to do.
Oh, the green crystal is just cocaine at this point. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's just basically that.
At this point, I'm 100% sure they just want drugs.
It's just meth.
Mm-hmm. And they're addicted.
You will give them your copy of Prime 4 as a prize? I can't because it's digital. Unfortunately, if it were physical, I probably would have returned the game after I'm done playing it and recording it.
Yeah.
Just because I don't think it's worth my $60. And I don't think I will probably be replaying it after this recording section, outside of like, alright, I'm going to stream the game because there's people who like this game, let's talk about it and whatever. Versus like Prime 1 and 2 that and the other games that I just find myself going back at them because I find them very chill, fun experiences that like have a lot of depth the more I play them. The Grievers are just drug addicts, 100%. Baja Blast. Wait, why are we even grinding for green crystals anyways? I wasn't really grinding for it. I was trying to find the temples, but because the way my square brain works, if I see something that's along the way that I need for a collectible, I try and get it. Especially because I might be trying to go for the 200% reward just to get that on tape and be able to talk about it. I want a Metroid 4 movie where Mackenzie is the sidekick and half of the film Samus smashes green crystals. If I had to pay $70 for this Switch 2 stuff. Oh, that sucks, man.
Samus, hey, if you can get this bridge working, there's an elevator on the other side that'll take you down into the mines.
They are. The green showers altered their chemistry and now they're hooked. Lol.
Ready when you are, Samus.
Wait, hold on. I want to talk to my friend. I'll put this out in the ether. If anybody finds or makes cute or fun art of you 995, please send it to me. He is like my favorite thing. The one redeeming thing about this game is that little robot over there. Well, that big chunky robot. I'm sorry. He's so chunky. I love him.
He's a chunk.
He's so chunkers. Yeah. If I ever do it, I'm gonna put it on Discord, don't worry. Yeah, just ping me if you do. I had to pay more for it considering it's whole reason it's the whole reason I even got a Switch 2. Ooh, partially thankful I did because boy, Switch 1 load times. Yeah, I know. I'm still playing on the Switch 1 because I just still think that the Switch 2 is a little bit overpriced. If Prime 4, if I ended up loving Prime 4 like I did Prime 1 or 2, then that might have pushed me to buy a Switch 2 because I'm like, all right, I'm going to be playing this game forever. There's an Animal Crossing patch coming out this week with the Switch 2 upgrade, and I'm very much hardcore back into Animal Crossing. And then there's Kirby's Air Riders, which I'm very interested in playing. And those would be like the 3 games that would probably make me want to consider buying the system. But given how Prime 4 turned out, and then Mario Kart World is kind of, it doesn't really appeal to me. DK Bonanza seems fun, but I feel like it could have been on my Switch 1. I'm still probably just gonna wait and see what Nintendo does because there's the Steam machine coming out. And if that's like closer to the PlayStation 5 price, which again is only $50 more than a Switch 2, then I'd be probably more inclined on buying that because I'm not really much of a fan of the current practices that Nintendo's taking with their games and the angles with the stuff as a company. That I'm not inclined to spend that much money on on the system yet, just yet. Cool flip, but again, it's just an. It even has like the whole Zombieland camera from the top angle shot. Yes, do the thing, robot. I'll clap for View. I'll give you my clap. I love him so much. I clapped. I clapped. I clapped when I saw View too. Make Albert play SMT3 because that serves better as a distant game. Yeah, but like I already played Nocturne. I already sacrificed the god in heaven. I already faced the Matador.
Yeah.
Steam Machine is like $900 or $1,000 if I recall correctly, which is still cheaper than normal PCs.
I mean, cheap PCs are gonna get more expensive. A GPU is gonna cost $5,000 from
I
Nvidia.
had read a while back when the system was announced that the price might be more comparable to the PlayStation and Xbox prices, but I might be mistaken. Red?
So far, the rumors are both. The 900 value came from an early third-party seller that put it up.
All right. Since we're soon entering movie mode, I'll probably take the opportunity to show you guys some of the characters I was talking about again, which are
Oh yeah,
like
there is a
my own.
there's a Metroid mod for Sonic Robo Blast that is actually pretty fun.
Oh.
Yeah.
This line here is terrible. Immediately already like diffuses any tension I might have about the plays and the camera shots because Random Federation Duke Ezra Duke is saying not impressed, not scary enough. Yeah, I know, Nora. I'd rather be playing Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Drop them like in Tekken? If only, dude. If only I could do the Mishima staple, I would. But yeah, I'm trying to do some of my own. I know I mentioned this every other stream. I'm just trying to, I guess, make people more aware of the projects because I've been pouring my heart and soul into them, and I fell. And like they are inspired by the type of passion and world building that I got from the Metroid series that I thought you guys might be interested in. Those projects are also the reason why I haven't really been making and uploading videos as often as I have because I'm like a little bit more creatively invested into like doing these things that might offer you guys with something that's more original and new than here's another Metroid video type of stuff, you know? How sad would that be if the great Samus Aran just died because she tipped off the great minds? It reminds me of like when you fight Gun 1 Michigan in Armor Core 6, and you finally kill him. Rest in peace, Wit Prince. And he goes, "You can save this for prosperity," and tell them the mean old Michigan died from a bad fall. Because he was so pissed at the fact that he couldn't save anybody. And that everybody was just too obsessed with glory and all these things that they didn't look at the bigger picture, which is what Michigan was trying to make them do. It's just funny the Armor Core 6 has got more of that Metroid storytelling DNA, and Samus's voice actress.
That's true. Samus is in Armor Core.
And in Xenoblade X.
In a lot of other places, actually.
Huh?
And a lot of other places actually.
Yeah, she's a very popular voice actress, and she's got quite the range. I adore Armor Core 6, chat. Don't get me started. I'm writing scripts to make Armor Core 6 videos after Prime 4. Like, if you like Metroid Prime and you want like a third-person Metroid game, keep in mind it's not really based around exploration. It's more of a combat game, like a Dark Souls, but with mechs. But you want it to have more of that Metroid horror lore and the war on Phazon type of stuff with an interesting angle. Not to mention one of the villains in the game, Iwazu, is very much more of like what Silex should have been in this game, down to the green energy at the end powers. And I'll just leave it at that because it's truly a like a once in a moment type of game.
I'm always excited for the new From Software game because even though not all of them are like amazing masterpieces, all of them are fun.
Yeah, they're all fun, but I think Armor Core is definitely a masterpiece.
Yeah. The Armor Core is definitely a masterpiece. So it was Elden Ring,
Yeah.
Demon Souls. Demon Souls Remaster more than Demon Souls.
And Dark Souls, I mean.
Yeah, the original Dark Souls was incredible.
Unfortunately, I cannot be considered an Armor Core fan until I get an Armor Core game. We should all play Portal 1 and 2 instead of, since it's everything this game wishes to be. Yeah, that also too.
You know what game
But
I would like to come back?
Yeah, go ahead.
Virtual On.
Yeah, I can see that. I've heard and seen Armor Core, but never got into it. I'm curious now, though. Yeah, so like, without revealing too much, the game is set on the planet Rubicon 6, where there's a Phazon-like substance simply known as coral that everybody wants. So it's a war between the different corporations trying to take over, and you're playing as a bunch of like faceless, nameless robots, but everybody talks in cheesy one-liners. But it's because of the way the dialogue is handled and the delivery from these talented grade A voice actings that it helps convey a lot of character to the story. Anyways, now that we're in movie mode, here's my Metroid character of sorts. Oh, it's the wrong image. There we go.
That remind me, the best way someone described to me Armor... That's your robot.
That's my robot.
The best way someone described to me Armor Core was, imagine you're working for Amazon and you're trying for Walmart to go under.
That's pretty good, actually. Oh, here's another robot of ours. Oh, shit, that's big. Massive.
That is a big robot.
Yeah, it's a big concept art, I'm sorry. Here's another one of our robots from the thing that I'm trying to develop.
Big bud. Look at
Big
him.
bot.
He goes...
Again, art credits go to Kuba Ushi. It's the same guy who draws the chibis. Oh yeah, here's the one character. Here's one character. Here's another character. He's one of the main characters. I just think she's very neat. And here's the other the other character. These are just like concept arts for the art direction that we would like to go for. It's not a tail, it's like an energy tube that comes out from his core to the arm cannon. Yeah, here's another like piece. Oh, this is gonna take a while to load because this is like 10K resolution type of shit. It's like a massive file. Yeah, of course he's got an arm cannon. You're talking to the Metroid fan. How am I not gonna have a bleep bloop robot with an arm cannon? I think like I'd be a faker, you know. There he is. Here's the arm cannon. It's not the arm as a cannon, but he's got an arm cannon, or it's got an arm cannon. Here's another one of those. Here's another robot. Android. Trying to find them. Citalo it. Oh yeah, there it is. There she is. It's another Android robot machine for the same. These are for different projects. I'm still working them, but that's why I'm not saying too much about it, because I'd rather get it done and then more done, I guess. The arm cannons is a must. Yeah. You mean Erin Yvette as Sam as a VA in this game? She also did Wolf Among Us as No, and I think Blazer in Dispatch. Yeah. And then she also did Air in Armor Core and Neil Nail in Xenoblade X. Here's like another evil robot type of enemy. Type of stuff. I'm trying to see what other concept art. Oh, here's like a side character with one of the main characters. And now I'll go to play the game. They stopped talking. Whoops. Split it wide open. Yeah. I'm glad that people see some of the inspirations for like some of the stuff, but I promise it's closer to like a Metroid type of story with that leans into the action, Armor Core 6y type of way rather than Corruption or Beyond. I like how Nora just walked into my arm cannon and I shot her. It was accidental. She literally walked into my field of view. I'll show one last piece of art. This is the main protagonist of sorts. She's got pistols because I thought an arm cannon looked a little bit too silly. For the type of world that we're trying to make. Come on, guys, hurry up.
On three.
I want to experience the Xenoblade X brain rot because of Albert's brain rotting affecting me, but I don't have stability to buy Xeno X. Oh, I mean, if ever, if there's ever a forever game to have on the Switch 1, I would consider that to be my favorite game on the system. Alongside Xenoblade Definitive Edition and Metroid Prime Remaster. And Dread. Maybe Mario Odyssey. Definitely Mario Odyssey. Honestly, Samus having a sword beam would be really cool, but I have no idea how that could actually work in gameplay. I think is that they already answered that. Instead of giving her a sword, it's just the melee counter, and then immediately destroy it. Like, I feel like the melee counter already gives Samus a melee answer. That I feel that a sword would be very awkward because she's only got one hand, or it's like, or it would be like arm cannon sword, you know. That I feel like you just having the melee attack is fine enough, and maybe if like, you know. It's just I don't picture Samus as someone who does melee. And if it were a melee weapon, I'd give her more of a lance rather than a sword. Because that way she can keep more of that keep away distance game, or throw it as a spear. And you harken back to the Chozo soldiers that had spears in Dread, rather than a sword, which is like more of a double-handed weapon type of stuff. Because you can thrust spears with one hand, similar to how the Chozos do it in the game. I'm just curious to know about the Elma Neil Nail lore, history, and brain rot. Well, the easiest way I can give you right now, the Neil Nail one, is that imagine it's Samus. Except that instead of it being a bounty hunter, she's an archaeologist from a member of an ancient, highly advanced civilization known as the Clurians.
They're responsible for building the giant rings in Oblivia that were used to terraform planets and make it hospitable to their species. And so the Clurian and Clurians like Neil are there to ensure that space pirates don't steal the technology and use it for nefarious purposes. And make sure that if the technology is still usable, that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands, and if it's not, then like just let it be type of stuff. So I think that like that's basically in a gist who Neil is. But then they play with an interesting aspect about the Clurian rebirth and the fact that there's more than one Neil. But I'll leave that mystery for you to find out later. Because the angle that they take is different and not what you might expect. And it gives the developers reasons to recycle the Choso Soldier speed animations from Dread 2. Yeah, I mean, it just... like, again, I'll show the art later. I'm trying, keyword slowly, trying to learn how to make a Metroidvania type of experience. Gabe has helped me make a GDD and stuff like that. And I thought about giving the character sort of a melee weapon of sorts as a get off me tool. But the more I played it, and I looked at references where it's like a projectile-based Metroidvania, the less I see of a melee alternative. Like, it feels like most Metroidvania games just lean for a melee aspect that I thought a spear would make sense, because you could still make more mechanics and stuff that would make this melee weapon still act as a ranged weapon that fits with the rest of your keep away inventory type of stuff. Because if not, the thing I fear is that like my players would just opt to go and melee everything and just like parry everything and kill everything in general, and that might detract from the horror aspects that I want to build into the world and the story. Yeah, give me a second. Gotta babysit. So, Dank Samoza? What about Dank? Gosh, I really wish I was playing against Dank Samoza right about now.
God, I wonder what Ganon is up.
Cannon Sword will work like a Mega Man EXE, if anything. That too, but again, it's more of the fact that like with EXE and it being like the combat of EXE is built around Mega Man being able to use swords and stuff like that. That I feel like if Dread and Samus Returns already might feel a little bit too over reliant on doing the melee attack over and over again, that giving a sword would just continue to add to that feeling. Because I did see a lot of people complaining that like the solution to most of the encounters in Dread and Samus Returns is just parry the enemy, which they're not wrong. So I feel like having a sword or melee weapon would just exacerbate that issue. Where I feel that the melee counter is kind of fun because Samus is telling them back off and then using a more powerful charge beam to deal like a killing blow. But like again, I think like a spear type weapon would work and fit back with the Metroid stuff. I was doing the bit, I know. So Neil is smart? Oh, Neil is extra smart and extra silly and dorky, and I love her. Also, on the topic of melee everything, ESP in horror setting, especially in horror settings, makes things funny. An example for me is in Dead Space. Yeah, the punching and the stomping. But even then, like Dead Space, those feel like more of like either a get off me and you're just swinging your weapon like an idiot, or what you call it. How did he know that was going to happen? Or the stomp used to just kill the enemies. I feel like the sword makes the most sense in the Other M game, where there's a bigger like focus on combat. Duke, they dig through the rock. I know, right? The logic is so silly. No, Brian, not that ESP. It was especially, but I know you're doing a joke with the kappa. All right. I'm gonna take another quick 5-minute breakerino. I'm gonna go get some Norian curry, and then I'll be back so we can play a little bit more and record the game. So give me 5 seconds. I made Norian curry, and I made Norian curry just because I like the voice line. I'll be right back. I'll leave you with Gabe.
Me? Hello, Chad. So what we were talking before about the good old days, huh? You younglings. You'll think you're cool with your Sonic shoes? I got my Sonic. I actually do have Sonic shoes, by the way, Chad. They're this fucking fuck. What are they called? Shit. Chad, help me. Things that you put in your feet when you wake up in the morning, like to wear around the house. Fuck. Chad, help me. Soap shoes? No. There's a word for it. They're like soft slippers. Yeah, slippers. Thank you, Pawn. Thank you, Brian. I have Sonic slippers. I got them when I went to watch the Sonic 3 movie. You see, Cross, I will do that too, but my room is carpeted. And washing a carpet is a pain in the butt. It is. So it's like, eh. So I'd rather make it as little dirty as possible. Brian, you're not getting your Game Boy Pocket back. I know what you're doing. You're not getting it back. You think you can just like sweet talk me like that? Nah. Ask Spawn. I'm playing Prime. My Metro 2. Let me finish. Is that Signalist? No, that's not Signalist. Yes, it is, Chad. Please make sure to mention really hard the contents of Signalist, including the characters to Albert when he comes back. Please, it'll be funny. Trust me on that. It'll be very funny. You'll have to trust me. Albert has like a hard boner for like those Resident Evil style games, like I don't want to say nostalgia because it's the incorrect term, but those like low poly classic Resident Evil style horror games. Should we signal is all over it? Yeah, yeah. No, yeah. You get brownie points for that one. Yeah, you're not wrong, Dusty. You're not wrong. There's no better way to describe that. I mean, if you want to really like go in for the jab, sprinkle a little bit of Ramlethal from Guilty. Oh, there he, chat. This is there he's coming, chat. Coming.
I've returned.
Hello, Albert.
Hello. What I miss?
So Chad wanted to talk to you about something.
About what?
About Doom lesbian horror game.
Oh, Signalus?
Yep.
My gosh, chat, don't. It will be here all day. This game. This,
Dusty labeled it like that, and it was like that's the best way to describe Signalist.
talk about Signalus, okay? Yes, I all I know is Doom to Yuri in a horror game. Oh, dude.
There's no better way to describe it.
Dude. This is my favorite game. This is like in my top 25 games of all time. Like, I will make videos about this game. Just you wait. It's just there's so much lore, so much juicy, thick lore. It filled the Metroid vacuum well. I waited for Beyond. Same as this other game over here. Dude. Great
Pro
games.
Country.
Yeah.
Have you played Sorry We're Close yet?
Mm-hmm. I'm playing it.
Fucking love it.
Yeah, so far it's great. I love the grime music.
I love the almost JoJo's Bizarre art.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I do like the character designs in Signalist. Yeah, they're great. I also love them because they're like very much, Ghost in a Shell and Blom type of designs, which I grew up reading and watching as a kid, so I loved. And then at Burt's, actually, I was gonna show one more character. The protagonist from my Metroidvania game that I was saying. Idea. This is it. Well, that's the first like sketch, first draft of sorts with the weapons and the stuff. Just because I'm a big fan of beep boops. Don't ask, Pawn. So there's the spear.
Chat. Albert, chat, take care of your computers really well.
Right. Part.
The
point,
price increase for GPU is gonna be next month for 150% up.
Crazy. Nothing, Pawn. Just nothing. Don't worry about it. Oh, he's up. Just don't worry about it, Pawn. He's a funny little guy instead. Oh, there he is. Very funny. Just a funny guy.
He volto.
No. I mean, yes. I mean, no. Oh boy, I moved the wrong thing by accident.
You know what, Albert?
I want to draw.
Five-
I want to draw more of him being sassy. Well, if you need more of the reference art, let me know.
True. But you know what, Albert? What is your top 5 villains of all time? And you can only choose one per franchise.
You're gonna give me. You have to give me a moment because there's a lot, and I love villains more than heroes. So yeah,
Same.
Here's the funny guy concept. The scene. Just a funny guy. This Northern curry is so good. Mm-mm. Mm. Oh, hey, lizard. This is another game that also really like. Um, this is also a game that I really like. This is also a game that I really like. This is also a game that I really, really like. Also a game that I really
Ikaruga.
like. Yeah. Also a game that I really, really like.
I fucking love Katamari reroll.
I also like this one.
I really want to play the new Katamari, especially because it has like multiplayer.
This, yeah, the multiplayer is the main reason I want to play. Why does he look like? Why does he look kind of familiar to Kyle from Astral Chain? Well, I was going
Who?
for something else, but I'll take that as a compliment. I guess it's because it's got the same like holographic face type of stuff. But I was basing it off the Laughing Man from Ghost in the Shell. Like I really liked Kyle when I played him. When I played Astro Chain, don't mind. I really liked Astro Chain in general. I think it's the most underrated Nintendo Switch game. I'll say it like this: I, for one reason or another, played all of Astro Chain. And I adored it, but I didn't play Bayonetta 3, despite the fact that I love the Bayonettas 1 and 2. It just feels like Astral Chain was like the combination of all the crazy ideas that they did with Nier and Metal Gear Rising and Bayonetta and stuff like that into like a brand new IP that happened to be sci-fi cyberpunky that is like my favorite genre and stuff like that. And then characters like Lappy and the other team members were super endearing. And now we got to do my favorite mechanic, green energy alert. If Other M was like a Star Wars prequel, then this is like the sequels. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I was always too much of a coward to finish it, but Resident Evil Remake still the standard for remakes for me. Yeah, no, I love it. Other Metroid game that I really, really love. But I was just trying to give games like Signalis and Crow Country some exposure because they're indie and they're new and they're fucking phenomenal. Like, holy crap, Signalis, man. Wow, 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 wow. Then again, there's also guy I forgot the name who uses the guns and has a red jacket from Zenless Zone Zero. Billy the Kid. I like Billy's animations and stuff like that. I don't really play Zenless Zone Zero. I don't really like gacha games, but I like the art direction and the animations and the characters. So
I like the combat, but also yeah, the gotcha's what
yeah, but
throws
like
me off.
if there was no gacha and stuff like that, then I would really be into it. There's a lot of characters that I like and stuff, but you know, Billy the Kid is really more like I saw him after we had made the character, while Kyle was like Astro Chain was coming out by the time we were designing these characters and what have you. Remake is the gold standard for remakes. Yeah, I love it so much that that's why I bought it on the Switch, you know? I just want to be able to play this on the go. The save room music just... Horror game save rooms are my favorite thing. Jump in the hole, Samus. The hole is not as big as the ones in Signalis, though.
Joe Hall.
I hate this part of the game. Yeah, I agree. Same here. We're in the Metroid Prime movie. If like they ever made a Metroid Prime movie, like they did the Mario movie and now they're doing the Zelda movie, it'd be like this. Except you would have big celebrity Marvel actor voicing Samus. And if it's not Brie Larson, then people will riot and hate it, and Brie Larson would put an angry tweet about it. Show hole at the Waffle House. Yeah, we were lucky yesterday with our maps in 14.
Yeah, Pawn sent me the picture.
Resident Evil
That's why I'm
1,
not friends with
4,
Pawn anymore.
and 7 save room themes. Yeah, I know, Livitina. Oh, the ones in Crow Country and Signalis are as good as those. I think that's the main reason I knew that these games were like understood it, because like their save rooms are just so whimsical, so like the same, like effortlessly great.
Now, Chad, you know
Tokavi's
what? We
played
need
by
a
Chris
movie.
Pratt.
I was going to say we need a movie where every character is voiced by Chris Pratt.
Yeah, Tokavi's Chris Pratt. Ridley is voiced by Jack Black. View helps, but even still, well, yeah. Where people want Brie Larson as Samus, apparently. I mean, she's playing Rosalina in the new Mario Galaxy movie, isn't she? Who is Brie Larson? I think she's the lady who played Captain Marvel in the MCU. And she was one Halloween, she ordered one of those jumpsuits that you can buy on Amazon that's like a Zero Suit Samus cosplay. And it's just like some whatever jumpsuit. And then, you know, she happens to be a Metroid fan. So she obviously went dressed as Samus. Pretty cool. But then like people were like, she should play Samus in the Metroid movie type of stuff. And then we got there. Kevin Hart as Mackenzie? Okay, chat. We need to make... Okay. It's Metroid Prime 4, the movie. Tell me your most cursed roster of actors. Extra points for making me laugh with how cursed or funny it might be. Silex, that's Tom Holland. I was going to say Matthew McConaughey. Terry Crews is Duke. Stars! Only if he does like the ice, like the Old Spice yell at one point. All right, I do you one better. Are we all in agreement that we are Seth Rogen as Celux? Okay. Yeah, leave it like that. I would Seth Rogen as fucking Silex would be great, actually. No, I don't know, man. Silex just keep doing things. I love Seth Rogen, though.
I do like that.
Adam Sandler is Adam Malkovich. All right, but like Uncut Gems, Adam Sandler, or like Jack and Jill, Adam Sandler.
Rob Schneider.
Rob Schneider. All right, but can we all agree that we're casting
Looks as Rob
Dwayne The
Schneider.
Rock
There you go.
Johnson as Spire?
So he is Dwayne The Rock Johnson can be anybody as long as Silex is Rob Schneider.
Rob Schneider. No, Silex is Seth Rogen. Rob Schneider can be Rob Schneider can be Mackenzie. Keanu Reeves is Dark Samus. Keanu Reeves is Silex. No, as Rundas, I mean. B. I don't know if you guys can hear the bird. John Cena as View. Right, who are we hiring as Anthony, though? Vin Diesel is View. He already voiced the Iron Giant. True. Sigourney Weaver asks, that one's too easy. Shaq for Anthony? Alright, okay, that's it. Shaq for Anthony. That's the best. Just have him go do the hiya that he did from the Shaq Fu game. Yeah, Vin Diesel voiced the Iron Giant. Alright, who's playing Nora Armstrong then? I've seen Tokavi, I've seen Mackenzie, I've seen View, seen Silex.
Who's playing whom?
The Nora who's with us, the Federation Fangirl, Samus Fangirl.
You want Trey Parker?
Trey Parker?
Yeah.
What, is he doing a South Park voice?
I mean, he has done female voices in South Park, so yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
so.
but he's doing South Park voices.
Exactly.
I wonder. I don't know, you tell me. Aquafina as Nora Armstrong, Kappa. Alright, this is great. Mark Hamill as Camden.
You're a miracle worker, Samus. This'll do nicely. We can use it to break through that wall. Come on. You can do it. That a girl.
Aquafina's Nora is too good, man. That's scuttlebutt, scuttlebutt. Blah, 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 scuttlebutt.
Here we go. This'll do.
Alright. Can we hire, what's his name? Sam Porter Bridges? Norman Reedus as what's his face? Maurice Favreau or Lyle Smithsonian for Mother M. Right? Die.
God damn, I forgot the name of the actor. Fuck.
How about Guillermo del Toro as View?
Okay, I got it. Trust me, it's a hard take.
Okay.
It's a hard take.
Uh-huh.
But if we could, we bring him back, and we do Adam as Gilbert Gottfried.
Godfrey as Adam would be great, actually. It's if Fusion Adam.
Fusion Adam.
Tobey Maguire is Mackenzie. I dislike the blatant plot armor here. Armstrong seals herself into a tunnel with no way out. She came and she comes out without a scratch. Okay, but what about the fact that Duke tries and buy these guys time by dropping the drill thing, even though the people in the Grievers can dig through walls and rock, as they show us that's how they get into that room. Well, the super thunder shot is fantastic. Oh. Yeah. I hate is the fact that this is just defeat the enemies until the game decides to move forward. And the enemies are just the same Grievers as before, with the addition of an exploding Griever every once in a while. Yeah, I know, man. Come on, capture card, not now. Dang it. Come on, capture cart. Come on, capture cart. Come on, capture cart. There we go. Stupidest mechanic in the game. Ian McDermott as Ravenbeak? Alright, yeah, I like that one. Super Thundershot equals Wavebuster? Yeah, but this one is actually useful against versus the Wavebuster. No mention they're just as weak health-wise too. Who could play Quiet Robe? Samuel L. Jackson. Ravenbeak is just one motherfucker. He's a dumb motherfucker. Look at this fake out, man.
Find that key, Samus. I'll keep him occupied. It has been an honor serving with you.
Damn.
What a noble sacrifice. I'm so broken. Weevil played by Jason Momoa. You have the phrase mother effer coming out of the Chozo's mouth. Enough is enough. I had it with these monkey fighting X parasites on this Monday to Friday alien planet. Gendreda played by Judi Dench. Yeah, I see that. Nox is played by The Rock. I had proposed Spire gets played by The Rock. Gore by Chris Farley. These are great, Chad. These are great. Yeah, Wavebuster is cool, but it kind of sucks. Yeah, at least it looks cool, but I do like the fact that they made the Thundershot work the way that, like, I feel the Wavebuster should have worked in the first place. You know? So does Gendreda shapeshift into the other actors too when she shapeshifts? Never put together that the Wavebuster sucked. I always liked using it regardless. Oh no, same here. I just realized how many missiles I was waiting and how compared to, like, all right, I could just super missile you and you're dead. You know? 5 missiles versus 20 or more, depending on who you're wave busting. But I always like throwing it because, like, I'm going to have so many missiles by the end of it anyways, that I'd rather use the missiles than not. Who most played by Mark Ruffalo? No, what about... Okay, I know that somebody said earlier that Gore gets played by Chris Farley, but what if he's also Mark Ruffalo, so that way you can have him play the Hulk with how Mark Ruffalo.
Okay,
Gore gets angry and not angry depending on the configuration.
I have one. Admiral Kane
Emerald
as voiced by Dan Povenmire.
Oh my god. Poor
Just in case, Chad, Dan Povenmire does a voice actor for Dr. Haynes Dubenschmeier.
He's also the guy who made the show.
Yep.
These are great, chat. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. It's like, give me more. I don't care if they're repeats on the characters. Just give me more other people that we could cast as them. If not, I was gonna Charlie Cox's Trays. Oh my gosh, The Waybuster also doesn't help when fighting wave troopers, yeah. Christian Bale as Silex. Where is she? I was gonna have Robert Pattinson play Tokavi at one point.
The Gamers as Makiko Moto. She's the voice actor for Kirby.
The Gamers?
Yeah, that's Kirby.
We're casting the Gamers.
Hey, Gamers is a voice actor also.
I guess, but not the Goombas didn't get one in the Mario movie.
Suck. They're not Gamers.
Oh, Gilbert Gottfried as Ridley. Ah, yeah, that's also great. Gabe had suggested that he should voice Adam in Fusion. So he's the one talking to you. John Cena as fan too. So great. Pedro Pascal as Toka.
Pedro Pascal is everybody, and they'll watch it.
It's a Mandalorian joke, I guess.
I just love Pedro Pascal.
He's everywhere. You know, I prefer Diego Luna. But that's
I
just
like
me.
Diego Luna too.
I'm trying to think who would have cast Diego Luna in my Metroid movie. Samus. No way, that's
Diego
already
Luna's-
Pedro Pascal. This is the way, Tokavi. I mean, it already kind of is like that if you think about it, with his story and stuff, and Emma Stone as the baby Metroid.
I was about to say Diego Luna as the baby Metroid.
Diego Luna as the baby Metroid.
Emma Stone can be fucking Mother
Brain.
Rain. Oh shit, what was her name? Fuck. The girl from 70 Show. That also is a voice actor for Meg.
Ah, Mila Kunis.
Mila Kunis can be the Metro Queen.
Tobey Maguire is Grey Voice. Isn't Tokavi the religious dude? Yeah, but he's also just a bounty hunter, Mandalorian. He's everywhere, and that scares me. Me too. Oh, this is the room. This is the room, chat. This is the view room. Chat, get ready to post view hype on the chat.
Hype.
Huge Jackman aspires? Okay. Andrew Garfield is Ian Malkovich. Henry Cavill is the Omega Pirate, who's there for some reason. Well, I think View might be in the other one.
Oh, fuck. Raven Beak as William Shatner.
Oh my gosh. Wow, that beam is just crazy. Patrick Stewart is Quiet Robe.
You know
Alright,
what?
chat,
That one actually worked
Show
really
me
well.
that View hive. He's about
Patrick
to show
Stewart
up.
as
Please,
Raven,
please,
as-
just give me this one bit. Oh. Yay! Get him, boy! Oh, he didn't get chunked this time. Yeah, punch him! Look at that. He punched the guy across the room.
You know what? William Defoe as the SAX.
William Dafoe as the SAX is kind of great, not gonna lie. Or Dark Samus, if he's playing his green, if he's doing his Green Goblin, you know?
Yeah. But Patrick Stewart as fucking Quiet Robe works so well, honestly.
Yeah, would also work.
Like, jokes aside, that was actually a pretty good cast.
Oh shit, it actually does heal him. Or, oh, maybe he's just healed because there's no more battle. No, Robert Pattinson is dank. The man has rage. Bob. The city needs me. But I don't know quite sure if the city needs me back. Sorry, I love the Batman. It's probably my favorite Batman movie. Can we get love for View? Love for the robot. So cool how he just knocks the things across the room. Can't have View Rose without View. The Batman put so many comic book movies to shame. Yeah. Ryan Reynolds as Samus's dad, maybe. He's the boy and the heron. He's the heron, yeah. I always use fire against the Brute Grievers because doesn't fire cause damage over time? Yeah, but so does the electricity just stuns them, and you can just like keep it and it transmits to other enemies. Like the Super Thunder Shot is just the best weapon in the game. Sure thing, big ol' robot. Something in the way. Something in the way. Something in the way. View is like the most like Ally in this, or possibly the only Ally that isn't hated. I think it's just that, you know, because he's a robot in the context of the story and how he works and behaves, he doesn't quite feel as intrusive as the other characters. Because he doesn't take you away from the Metroid game, is the best way I can say it. Mackenzie takes you out of the game a lot of the time because he's explaining stuff. Tokavi takes you out of the game with all the times you're supposed to talk to him in the desert to get the power-ups. And then Duke and Nora sort of basically hijack Flarepool to be a little movie about them. While View, from the moment that he's introduced, doesn't really quite have a much of cutscenes, aside from the "Hello, my name is View, how are you?" And then immediately after, they show you how he can be used for a difference in combat to what Samus does, and as a puzzle gimmick to break through walls and stuff like that. That when you add it to the whole beep boop, I'm doing my programming type of personality, it feels more endearing than the, you know, Nora, quote unquote, kind of, but not really hitting on Samus on the monorail and stuff. It feels like it's embracing more the traditions that was in Metroid. And I think it's also because, like, a bias that we have, because there's Adam in the other games and Gore, that, like, we're more used to robots. View is the best companion. It's cool to have a brute character to complement Samus's more elegant fighting style. Precisely, and because he has to walk up and punch people rather than shooting from afar, it also adds that extra dynamic with a character. View feels like a character that is embracing Metroid more, not less. The other characters could exist on The Office. Yeah, same. I agree. Like, he has to get close to the enemies to offer you backup, so it doesn't feel like he's just missing shots for missing shots' sake. He's got to go and close the gap and stuff like that. And the way that he talks feels more like, you tell me what to do and I'll do it for you, Miss Aaron, rather than the other.
It kind of feels like a lot of them just talk down on you.
Yeah. Well, View is just like really robot here, you know? That's why I'm like, honestly, if View was the only ally in this game, it would feel more like a Metroid either way. Yeah, I agree. It's something I have written for my review, is that if I were to keep only one of these characters, it'd be View. Because as a character, he solves all the... He can fill all the story things. Sorry, somebody posted Gordon Freeman as Samus. Like, he fills all the roles, he can do all the things that the other characters could do in a story sense, but also in a mechanical gameplay way. That if maybe you leave him at Betsy, he's using Betsy's parts to repair himself, and that's why he's at base camp, but now that he's fully built and upgraded, he can come over and offer assistance and stuff like that. That makes him a little bit more endearing, especially because he's a robot, so he's more like Samus would have to, like, give him a command or something along those lines for him to do the task, rather than the other characters, which are just like there. I don't know. Gal Gadot's mother brain, Gandreda, or MB's or other M's mother brain. God, these aliens are such annoying and useless. View appears. Oh my gosh, View! Yeah, that's me. Have you seen View's Sonic hand thrust attack animation? No, I haven't. I think, I mean, he did punch the guy across the room earlier. I don't know if that's it. But I'm trying to record much of him because I really want, I love View. It would have been fun if he said something along those lines of cooling my heat systems. He's saying time to stop? Did anybody else hear him say that? Or am I going insane?
It's time to stop.
He kind of has a sense of humor. Yeah, he has a sense of humor. But the reason I think his sense of humor works is because he's not trying to actively be funny. The humor comes just from the fact of the things he's saying and correlating to that happen to be come out of a humorous, when you think about it, type of way. Than like trying to land a joke per se. Roger Craig Smith as View with the Omega filter. How does Morgan Freeman sound as Oldbird and Neil deGrasse Tyson his gray voice? That'd be funny. That's kind of cool. And he kind of has a sense of humor, yeah. You know, Albert loves characters so much when he spends several minutes shooting them. Well, see, here's the difference that way. I was just trying to supply him with power. It's not my fault that the game won't let me heal the robot by shooting electricity. Samus, may I watch Purple? Do you want to watch Purple with me, Samus?
Do you want to watch Purple with me,
Please,
Samus?
It's not a punch, it's an actual hand thrust followed by Sonic Obliterate a Maul Griever's guts. Ooh, okay, I gotta keep my eyes open. I haven't seen that. Honestly, there's a lot of humor in Metroid, but it's usually not at the expense of the world itself. And it also, and at times it feels like clever humor, or like... Oh, he did it! That is so cool. I'm glad I recorded that. That is so cool. The fact View is also a Virtual Void reference, since he also kinda sweet since he has the Gunpei Yokoi's last major project. Is it a Virtual Void reference? Tell me more. View, count how many green energy crystals are on this planet. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, what have you done? I thought Gabe would have gotten that reference immediately.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking about the Virtual Boy thing.
Oh. Hey, View, count the number of sand in the desert. Okay, 1, 2, 3. What are you doing?
Oh. It is.
It is?
It is a Virtual Boy reference.
Oh, that's so cool.
Because he is View 995.
Uh-huh.
And it's a play on words of the actual code for the Virtual Boy's model number. But also the year was released. The model number for the Virtual Boy was View 001, and the year was 1995.
Alright, he's immediately the best character in this game. You cannot at me. That is legitimately so cool. And View totally would. He would see to it that every single grain of sand is accounted for. Thank you, View.
Yeah, that's a little neat thing that you can see now on your video.
Yeah. I mean, View, for me, is the strongest and most bestest thing that came out of this game. And I keep saying that if it was just him that you rescued, where you saved Mackenzie and stuff like that, and whatever, then like this game could have been way, 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 way more interesting.
Like,
I don't know.
one big issue with the game, besides, the characters, is
Yeah,
that
his
there's too many
head
of
does
them.
also kind of look like a little bit of a Virtual Boy when you mention it.
Yeah. Like, if it was just View, the way he is and the way he's programmed, Because honestly, you don't need any of the other ones, and you can still have View as the the one that helps you, the one that fights, the one that
The navigator.
controls the mech at the end,
Yeah.
and the one that has sacrificed himself to keep Xylox here.
Yeah.
That would have much better.
That would probably work more your heartstrings also, because since you're spending more time with View, there's more time to develop just the one character than a little bit a bunch of characters. View eats the green crystal, inserting weed. Holy shit, dude.
Holy shit,
Chat,
Samus,
please
this shit is
stop.
lit.
I'm streaming. I can't partake of the phase on herb right now. Yeah, it's a really cool reference. I know, Chad.
Samus,
What planet am I on? My brain cells are destroyed.
Samus, this green energy ain't shit.
Look at him. He's doing the robot dance. He's doing the big chunker robot. It's also the fact that like he's a new thing on Metroid. He's not just some Federation trooper. He's like a new robot. That also makes him a little bit more endearing because it's some new piece of Federation tech. So like him just being here adds way more to the Galactic Federation than having Duke and the rest. We're making a game better and it hurts. It hurts so much that we didn't just get View. Yeah. Yeah, come over, bro, bot. That's a Dragon Ball Z abridged reference there.
Yep, bro.
Robot! Just focus on your birds.
Acquiring birds.
No, you don't hurt my robot friend.
He likes
So
birds.
we're
now.
just turning View into Zyzix Omega now? No. I'm not. He's just View for me. It was just a shit post because I was saying, I was encouraging chat to help me make a shit post of a Metroid movie cast. And then we got to Roger Craig Smith voicing View, but with the Omega filter. And then from there, the Zyzix underscore and Lythero memes came happening. It's weird how most of the characters we like in Metroid are robots, or if they're aliens. Guess that means the humans are mid. It's more that they haven't given us a human that isn't like what they did here in the Federation, with the Federation characters here. The problem is that the Federation troopers aren't like Rundes, Gandreda, or Gore in terms of like minimalism and stuff like that. While View feels closer to that type of world building and stuff. Oh boy, here he comes. Chunky robot, he'll jump the gap. Oh, there he goes. Use your hands and break this. Damn it. Can we just get Samus and View adventure for Prime Far? Yeah. I'm unable to process this organic matter containing green energy. Perhaps it is not potent as we... These shitposts are great, Chad. Yeah, they could bring back some more views in the future. Yeah. The closest character that was a human character that was cool was Anthony. Agreed. Remember me? Okay, but that is just because Anthony's the only character with personality in Other M. Well, he's got more personality in the same tropey stereotype that makes you like Nora, so... I like Anthony, but he's not like a success of writing. But he's more of a success than anyone in here, man. Because at least he plays off Samus. They have
Like,
conversations.
actually, Anthony adds into the thing.
Yeah, adds to Samus and their interactions. And here it's just like... Did
Like, say
anyone
what
cast
you want from
Blackjack as
Other
great
M.
yet? No.
Like, say what you want of Other Man. Other Man's at least the interactions work.
It's at least also branding itself as a spin-off that's trying to do something different. Rather than marketing itself as Metroid Prime 4. It's more so the fact that this game repeats the mistakes that people did not like about Prime 4, but now we're supposed to turn a blind eye because the dialogue happens to be more humorous than serious. Come on, View, help me out, man. I'm sorry, Samus, but I am only built to punch. They look so cool.
Punch is
standing
most
side by
efficient
side. Yeah,
way of combat.
View and Samus look cool in the same way, like, There's that concept art of Anthony and Samus standing side by side that I also thought looked really cool, and like just helped send more of that. They used to be actual buddies and stuff. My guy, you've convinced me that I only like Nora because I'm desperate not to be negative. I know she sucks. I'm just saying, I'm just reminding for other people. Anthony, my goat, and he should come back. Agreed. Do the thing, view. Oh no, not my robot friend. Yeah, it is a little weird that the Federation has robots piloting mechs instead of just giving mechs an onboard AI, but that means View gets more of cool things to do, so I'll accept it. I mean, the way I see it is that the AI is put on View rather than the robots, so that way you can keep the mechs both pilotable for humans and mechs. And that perhaps an AI that will pilot a mech will require a lot of resources to build that moves the robot or something along those lines, that I see View as more of an elegant solution to that, where they can not only use View for piloting the mechs, but all the other things, rather than like a mech which only really serves its purpose in greater scale conflict. So it would make more sense to spend the AI resources on something that you can use on multiple scales rather than one. Is Nora and Samus as shipping fuel? No, they don't, because it's just Nora hitting on Samus and fangirling. But Samus doesn't respond in any way that would help you build anything between them two. There's more shipping fuel between Samus and Anthony than there is between Nora and Samus. And that's because
more
at least
shipping
Samus
between
like reacts and talks and shares vulnerability with Anthony.
There's more between View
And
and
here's
Samus
more of
than
like
there
a
is between
one-way
Nora.
crush type of thing.
Yeah.
I like Anthony. He shows another side of Samus early, like life before bounty hunting.
Anthony felt like the homie.
Yeah. Anthony felt like a homie. Anthony was a great addition to Other M, even if it's just a sassy black guy. The main thing is just giving Samus a friend so she can actually show new sides to herself, a side to herself that isn't being subservient to her mentor, boyfriend, dad personality. Yeah, but I would rather Samus being subservient to that type of guy than Miles McKenzie, Nora Armstrong, and Ezra Duke. Because at least, like, in the other ones, they try and explain the why.
Yeah. Besides, everybody knows Samus is married to Elma.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I'm a Samus x Gandreda type of person myself. Me too. If it comes to the only Metroids, then it's Samus and Gandreda. There's even like the clashing chemistry. There's something there, I guess. Sometimes worry that if anybody were to rewrite Prime 4, they would remove View because he's the only character that's actually likable. In my rewrites of the game, it's the opposite. I remove everybody else to just make more space for View. Or Mackenzie. For me, it's like one or the other. Those two serve the most to the story and gameplay mechanics in a way that might be new and interesting to the series. That I don't feel a Federation soldier, a Federation sergeant, and a Federation bounty hunter can quite fill. Samus in marriage sounds odd. Well, that's why it's Elma. Give another thing to Other M. She was very suspicious to Adam. She only followed him due to, quote, law. I just feel like the problem with Other M is the placement of the timeline, that if it was like a game before Zero Mission, then all of that would have made sense, but I digress. She's not subservient to these characters, she's just uninvested, yeah. I agree. It's more the fact that this game doesn't really do much with Samus. She's just there. Sort of watching the story unfold. Doesn't quite emote like in the other Prime games. Samus x Gandreda's top tier? Yeah, wait until you hear Samus x Elma. In Other M. I will never forget how the first time Samus vocalized action emotion was Anthony was in danger. She actually raised her voice for once. What about during, yeah, and also during the Ian and stuff? The issue with the Other M, it's the localization they went for is more suited for Japanese audiences than American audiences. And also the best part of this game, woo! Thank you, View. Imagine if Tears of the Kingdom ended with players having to press A not to not save Zelda. That'd be funny. I agree, but I also like Super giving Samus trauma with other M2. Yeah, but the thing is that you can keep that trauma because Samus' backstory is already trauma with what happens on K2L and then on Sevis. That you could just pull off that without needing the events of Super Metroid taking place, is what I'm saying. You can keep that part of Samus dealing with a trauma, but with a younger Samus who's more inexperienced at dealing with such strong emotions would perhaps make them more easy for fans to swallow and stuff like that. Slash also make Adam's resentment towards Samus make more sense because it could have happened far more recently than after Super. View been hurt? Grab shotgun. Who dare hurt View? Metroid Prime 4 did. Metroid Prime 4 hurt View, man. I won't stand for this. It's the only fight that makes sense, and it has some consequences. I mean, the consequences too is very minor, but yeah, at least there's like, he comes out of this with less of an arm. The other guys are completely unscratched and untraumatized. Yeah, I just like the idea of Super Metroid ending Samus with a specific trauma. Yeah, I just think that like the trauma would work best if it's back here because there's a lot more stuff that happened to Samus, including but not limited to Ian's sacrifice. Also, and it's closer to like a period where she's younger, more inexperienced. So you get to see her grow into the experienced character that she is here now versus like when now she is the experienced legendary bounty hunter type of stuff. Also, even Samus is the most invested in View. Usually when she pulls her arm cannon out for during the Great Minds. True, I hadn't noticed that. The script for Other M is odd, because the West got this game one whole year before the Japanese did. Yeah, it is. It's very odd. But I'm able to like accept it for trying to do something new from a gameplay perspective first. Need a mod of this game where the only change is that View throws Samus with a Dirk Nowitzki tight style fade away. That'd be great. The real question: how does View get through the Morph Ball tunnel? He turns into a Morph Cube. Other M's main problem is just poorly communicating its ideas. I mean, there's a lot of problems. I have a whole video where I rewrite Other M to sort of salvage the good ideas that there are in a way that feels more like an editor changing the script rather than a full from the ground up rewrite. But I guess I might have to be sidetracked with that idea because, whoo boy, this game needs more work.
Ooh boy.
With in that regard, then. Yo, View with a Morph Cube, lol. Yeah, he just turns into a cube. The cube has little thrusters or wheels that let him move, but he just turns into a GameCube. If he's a reference to the Virtual Boy, his alt form must be a GameCube. He turns into a small train.
He goes choo choo.
He goes choo choo.
He goes. I like choo choo.
But if we add Captain N characters to this Curse Metroid fan casting, I can only think of Josh Hutcherson as Captain N. Yeah. I still don't get how everyone came out of the mines unscathed. The game just doesn't bother giving you a bullshit explanation. Hey man, you're asking the game that doesn't even tell you who Silex is, why he's angry at the Federation, how he ended up in Chrono Tower, and how does he get suddenly nanomachine powers. Alright, it's time to fight the Omega Pirate. Like, I feel like if you make it the prequel, you can still keep all the traumas, but... and all the things that Other M wanted to do. The Adam and Samus beef would still be more recent in their lives. Samus is still inexperienced and somewhat immature. The moments from K2L, Sevis's first raid, and Ian Malkovich's sacrifice would probably resonate with her a little bit more. That I feel like would just work a little bit better. And the only thing that you're missing is the baby Metroid trauma. But I feel like my parents died and Adam and all this other stuff works equally as good, if not a little bit better. But you're really just referencing all the failed Nintendo consoles. Give him a gamepad controller for when he pilots Bessie, and you have the Dark Ages trifecta. I can't think of anyone who Jim Carrey could play as. I think that Jim Carrey could just play anybody.
Honestly, yeah.
You know, I feel like this game is like a messy mix of Prime 1 and 2. You don't say, Chad. It really feels like the Force. I keep saying it's the Force Awakens of Metroid Prime. I thought Silex's nanomachines were something he acquired from his Federation raids. Then how come then he use these... Like, these nanomachines are giving him the power to create portals through time and space and dark hole creation powers. So why didn't he use those at the beginning of the game? If he had those powers, why didn't he use them at the beginning of the game? The only thing we're able to surmise that he got them from the tank because the tank is giving him the nanomachines according to the scan log. One thing about Other M that is funny is that it so clearly wants to be a Metal Gear Solid game as a Metroid. I don't think a Metal Gear Solid 1 Metroid game just because it's got story, because if that's the case, you could say the same thing about Resident Evil or any other game that's talking. I just felt it tried to give more of a story to Metroid. I'd say that Resident Evil 4 tries to be a little bit more Metal Gear in that aspect because it's even codec conversations. But I feel like at times this, like, for me, like, as a Metal Gear fan, like, I just equate Metal Gear more to, like, the sneaking around and stuff like that rather than, like, so much. Fixed camera with fixed FPS and fixed camera game shooting. Well, yeah, but that was also, like, the original Resident Evils on the PlayStation. You're almost a Jill sandwich. Or Onimusha. Yeah, but the death screen from Metal Gear is also a reference from Escape New York and stuff like that. I just wish the fight was a bit more eventful. Yeah, and that the Omega Griever was a little bit bigger, kind of like the Omega Pirate. I just feel like the bosses in this game are kind of small, if that makes any sense. I liked how the Prime 1 bosses just really tower over Samus. Next time we do Cursed fan casting, we should do Smash Brothers. Alright, that can be like next stream. Sorry, I zoned out for a bit. Pee-wee Herman is Kraid. Nanomachines, Hunter. They're hardened in response to physical trauma. Don't mess with this, Senator. Also, Soups do a ton of damage when he's stunned on the wall. Wow. That was 2 damage. There's nothing like Prime 2's bosses in this game. And that makes me sad. Those were real massive bosses. Not to mention that Echoes also had like a bunch of fun mechanics with how its bosses really start using more of the Morph Ball for like an actual mechanic, you know? Oh, that guy was AI broke. I think Echoes has the best bosses out of the trilogy. Oh yeah, you're right, Chad. It does deal massive damage. Once again, Libitina, showing me more stuff and saving my butt. Thank you so much. I think Echoes did a good job utilizing a lot of Samus's toolkit. Yeah, that's part of the reason I like Echoes is because it's a sequel to the original Metroid Prime. It really feels like it was expanding on what the original's experience had. With bosses using more of the Morph Ball, the lore being a little bit more dense, and the attention to the level design and stuff like that. I never got tired of the Ings like I did with the Grievers. Yeah, I felt the same. The scan of the first phase Silex suit suit was upgraded with nanomachines, which coupled with a logbook saying he upgrades his tech. Yeah, but the nanomachines come from the stasis pod at the Chrono Tower. Is what the scan for the pod says. Before you fight Silex. Orpheon, you're the only one choice for Crocomeyer's voice actor. Well, that's my brother, though. I don't voice Crocomeyer.
Yeah. He does Fantoon, though.
I do Fantoon! I also do birthdays. And bar mitzvahs.
And Hanukkah.
Quadraxis is satisfying as hell because you're basically dismantling the thing that turned the war on Aether twice. First for the Luminoth and then in the Ing. Yes, not to mention that to start dismantling the Quadraxis also requires you to use more abilities and stuff. Including, but not limited to, the Morph Ball and the Visors. And it feels like that way it also makes feel that Quadraxis had a bunch of failsafes. That even without a body, it's quite of a problem. Giant enemy Griever. Attack is weak point for massive damage? Yes. Scan this fucker, right? Yeah. I mean, just look at Metroid Prime 2 and Emperor Ing. Both have the same idea in a way that Prime 2 makes you use everything to be the Emperor Ing, with even the Spider Ball and stuff. Correct. It even incorporates the Morph Ball into the final boss fight. Antonio Banderas as Emperor Ing. Jim Carrey and Steve Carell as Boost and Spider Ball Guardians. Honestly, all the enemies in Sanctuary Fortress is the best enemy roster in the entire franchise. Agreed. Alongside with, like, the Torvus. Because I like the use of the difference of, like, how in Agon Waste there's more of scavenger wildlife, and that's like a way that you explain why the enemies in this area are sort of weaker and stuff. And then in the bog is still, like, filled with life, so there's a lot of predators and stronger enemies that call that home because the ecosystem may not be it's in a different state. Therefore, you just go fight a bunch of robots for war. I'm not gonna fall for that twice. For me, Chad, is the fact that if Silex didn't use it in the intro, he didn't have them in the intro. After Prime 1 replay, you have to replay Prime 2 instantly because my first playthrough was me using Power Beam almost like all the time like an idiot. I liked how Carvix made us use the Control Beam. Yeah, me too. Remember the Control Beam? I'd imagine they'll do separately sold remasters, if anything. I'd be down with it as long as there's quality behind it. And they're all $40 like the first one. I can guess. Also, Morgan Freeman as Umos. I'm making my Smash Brothers Curse fan cast as we speak. I need more actors. Idris Elba. That's the
As
first one.
Villager.
Daniel Craig. Scarlett Johansson. Emily
We're
Blunt.
Al Jankovic.
Yeah, We're Al. I mean, my main question, if Silex had the nanomachine powers from the beginning, why didn't he just make a black hole to destroy Tanamar? Or why wasn't he using those like weird cosmic nanomachine abilities in the fight in Tanamar? He hates these guys. Why would he not like instant kill them type of shit? What is he, stupid? All right, Chad, it's time for the 100% run. Whoa. Too bad Omega Griever already got to Gavinax. Yeah, I guess, because maybe Gavinax would have been a little bit more interesting. What if Scarlett Johansson and Brie Larson as Pyra and Mithra? So precedent from Prime 2 and 3, if remastered of them ever came out to be bundled together or sold separately. I think they'll probably sell them separately because they're remasters. They can get more money out of that way and justify an $80 purchase disguised as two $40 purchases. I mean, I wouldn't say Prime 1 feels awkward because it doesn't have the screw attack, because it was never, the rooms are never intended to for you to have like the screw attack. That I think if you modded it into Metroid Prime, you would like be hitting the walls constantly. I hope that we just get 2 and 3 remasters and they keep the Prime series to rest. This may seem harsh, but I'm really not looking forward to Prime 5. No, I'm with you. If this is more of what's to come for the Prime series, I'd rather it just be laid to rest. And stuff than more of this.
Hey there, stranger. You didn't think we were dead, did you?
Alright, since I love big chunky robots, I'll show you a big chunky robot I made. Well, Kuba made and stuff. But I meant to say like we designed for this thing.
Thank you.
There's a big chunky robot, and this is more massive. Oh wait, view.
I thought you were up top. What happened to your arm?
There's only one room that I can think that the screw attack would be useful in the original Metroid Prime, and that's when in Talon Overworld you're going into crossing the water to get to the facility, but into the down to Orpheon. But you already got like 2 grapple points.
I hope Takabi is okay.
Yeah, the robot is like, what if View was mech size type of stuff. I will hurt whatever Griever did this to View. Don't apologize, View. Yeah, don't apologize, View. You did more than any of these guys. Why is View the only one that's injured? Because we couldn't injure humans. Oh my gosh, here's the Predator. Here's the Predator handshake. Number 1. Just so. There's nothing there. I like how he says teleportation key.
Loud and clear, Sarge. Where you been?
On the mines?
Headed home now. All of us. Unfortunately, I require maintenance. Oh, you're in luck. I'm running a special on bot repair. Come on back and I'll fix you up.
I also like that final line from Mackenzie, where you're in luck. I specialize also in bot repairs. It's the way he says it. I will say this also, from the actual troopers, Mackenzie bothers me the least. And it's just because I think he's an interesting, like, the interesting angle of just some whatever mechanic stuck into this adventure. So it would make more sense for him to stay in base camp, kind of like how the story does it, you know? But I still think View would be better choice as the one guy to keep. Still will have loved to see the speed booster and Shine Sparks being used in Prime. But I don't know how that would fit. I don't know how they would fit that shit in, lol. My guess has always been that if they did that, it'd be more like how do you call it? The parkour in Titanfall 2. I would do it more like that, but I just think like the running fast and all that stuff in Prime just doesn't quite work as well. Without making it feel like Samus is just Call of Duty sprinting from one place to another until she sprints even faster. Yes, I know, Mackenzie. Gameplay aside, he's just okay. I agree. Yeah, I mean, he's okay. I like the fact that because he's just like a dork over his head in an adventure that he's not supposed to be in or prepared to be in, that he brings an interesting human aspect to the story that doesn't quite work when the others are just like Marines, you know? No, I don't agree with that, Jacko, because if that's the case, he didn't use the nano abilities. His whole angle was the Metroid fusion, not the nano machines at the beginning of the game. And only the nano machines started to show up was when you fight his clones in like Voltforge, and they have the green energy power rather than the shock coil he fires at the beginning of the game. Because if he had the nano machines at the beginning, and it's something new to the character, why wouldn't you establish it over there when there's this whole cutscene of them having a face-off? So, given the fact that it's the way the cutscene is played, from his perspective, he's surrounded by like green liquid, which is then sort of healing him, and he comes out with this tendrils and stuff on his back. That when you scan him, but not the one in the logbook, it says that like he received these powers from the tower, which. I mean, the problem is it just raises more questions than answering any. Because if he had it in the beginning, why didn't he use it? I don't mind Mackenzie, but I soured on him only because he took half of the Fury Green and he did kill the mood there. No, yeah, that and then after here in Bolt Forge. Yeah, it's difficult to balance Speed Booster alone in 3D. Not to mention that then you would also have to make the rooms bigger because you have to account for the speed booster in much the same way that they would have to make the rooms bigger to account for the bike. It's like, I seriously have been trying to find how or when that Silex gets powers, but the more I think about it, the only time and moment where it would make sense is if he did it at the Chrono Tower pod. Because of how just the cutscene puts it in the scan regarding his nanomachine tentacle powers. Not there's like, you can scan Silex and get something that explains that, but not his scan log. That's not the scan log, I mean to say. But I'll double check when we get there. I'll double check. It won't be today for sure. I feel like
It'll be at some point.
yeah, no, I feel like I'm just gonna end the stream over here. I'm just gonna go to the save room over here in Soul Valley and then just call it a stream. It's been like forever, but we're almost there, almost done with this game. Recording at least. Like, I'm still down to stream it again in the future if there's enough people who want to see it, but don't expect me to be the one who brings it up as like, we're gonna play this game. Because I felt like playing it in the same way I do it with Prime 1 or 2, or even Fusion. It's another M, and it's actually a scene I like a lot. Yeah, I agree that in Other M, at least you would get to see Samus interact more with like her handling like a civilian type of thing. which is similar to what would have worked with Mackenzie, and I feel like you can still do it through body language alone. For me, the main issue is just that she's not really emoting in a way that you might be able to sort of guess the type of emotion she might be feeling. Actually, before I end the stream, I'm gonna go and scan this one. Oh no, I'll save that for the next part because there's a mech part nearby. I can save that with the mech parts. The Chatoya scan by the mines. I'm gonna watch some of those Kiwi Talk interviews on Prime. Stuff is pretty cool. Yeah, no, it's super interesting. It'd be interesting to revisit it a year later, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose. But the thing is, can I muster the strength to do so?
Can you do it
Can I
again?
muster another run of collecting green energy crystals at the end? By the way, bit notifications are not showing up. I know. I'm sorry, Mewtwo. My stuff isn't working today, and the solution was end the stream. So I said F it. I just wanted to stream. So I'll fix those by next time. So I really apologize for not being able to read the bits and that they didn't show up this stream. But I appreciate it. I don't know why it disconnected and it broke. Music paywall for the desert? What about bike skin paywall and ending paywall? Don't worry about it. No, I'm not worrying about it. I'm just explaining. I really feel bad because I like to acknowledge when chat gives bits and stuff. You know. Yeah, another M with MB being scared. You can see her feeling awkward by the situation. But uses just enough words to approach her with it's just me. Yeah. Feel like, again, if other M had more of that body language rather than actual talking, also would have just helped that game a lot. The other thing I don't like about the paywalls, if I may, is this. The game just constantly reminding you of it in the main menu. And it's not like, all right, these are in the title screen menu or inside of the settings menu where it says Amiibo. It's its own tab, which is in the way of the closest to get to quitting the game. If you wanted to go back to the title screen. You know? It feels kind of scummy. Soon we'll get the Ubisoft title screens where we go time savers. Yeah. So it's just constantly reminding you of like, oh, you don't have the Soul... You tired of Soul Valley not having music?
A Roboto.
He's my chunky Weezer friend. $30 for D tier antagonist dialogue. Absolute cinema. Yeah, it's... Here's the best redeeming quality of this game in my opinion. I really like his legs and the sort of the way the back kind of works. That it's like a little bit of a diagonal angle. I really love the waist part of you. And I also love the big like shields on the thighs and stuff like that. He's just greatly designed and I think he's really well used. And I also kind of like the fact that he still has like that Federation visor between his eyes. It's kind of nice. This fraud has an amiibo but not Ravenbeak. Yeah, I mean... For me, it's more like Silex was my favorite character in Hunters, and the one I was most interesting and stuff like that. So, I guess Monkey Paw Wish, you know. Another good thing I can say about Prime 4 is that I really like Mackenzie's add-ons to the Federation armor. I can say the same for like a little bit about Tokavi and the rest, but um, you know, they're not View. Also, at first I thought that this purple thing was going to be like a foreshadow to something else. But that's just the same energy that is in the Silex 100% cutscene that the Space Pirate ships shoot. Because if I'm not mistaken, the thing that in the cutscene, the thing that the Federation are trying to raid looks like one of the downed Space Pirate ships that you see in Corruption and in the intro of this game, using one of its just beams. But they try to make it pass if it were like a new weapon, which, I guess it could have been at that point, but... Again, I still stand that I think that this game has a very strong sort of art direction in paper. But it never really quite gets like expanded on outside of like what we see in the concept arts is what we get. And that a lot of the bosses are just like orbs. Lemurs are so pretty. Yeah, I really like their design. I like what they do with the four hands and how they meet and all this other stuff. It's just a shame that, you know, they aren't quite Luminoff in terms of investment because of how they're presented in the lore. The backstory makes him working with the pirates awkward. Yeah. Like, I don't want Silex to be this overly aura-forming fraud. I want him to be an asshole. Again, play Armored Core 6, look at a character called Iguazu, beat the game 3 times so you can get the new game plus ending. And then you'll see that that's what they should have done with Silex, in my opinion. If it's the whole asshole, I hate everything for hating stuff, but they give you reasons why. My first mentoring game was Return of Samus in 2017, original Game Boy cartridge and all. Ah, sweet. I just feel like Iguazu is just a perfect reference to Silex, giving how he hates 621 and the red guns and all this other stuff, and how he slowly just goes down his own path that leads him into wanting to just get vengeance on everybody. Hog. Oh man, I knew it. Silex is a football player. Well, unfortunately for him, Samus no longer has the ball, and the refs are gonna throw a flag and call that unnecessary roughness. Really enough, wasn't Iguazu kind of green in the final boss? Precisely what I'm saying. He gets green nanomachine powers at the end of the game. Oh wow, and they're working in sort of a cosmic way for a portal. Oh wow. This arena is cool, but it's not like, it doesn't feel earned, just like how the arena they make where you fight Iguazu at the end of Armored Core 6, you know? Silex would be the guy to foul his way through a football game, assuming they don't give him enough of a red card and just, you know, kick him out of the game. Yeah, arena is. I'm just saying that the arena is cool. The concept art and the way it looks is cool. But because it's never tied to anything in the story or Silex or anything in that matter. It just feels like it's just a cool backdrop they made. It's not like the original Metroid Prime, where the room in which you fight the Metroid Prime feels creepy and eerie because they're building up to the monster and how it ties back to the story and just trying to sell you with Phazon being the sort of understandable creepy thing. Yeah, like the concept art looks very cosmic and alien-y, but it never really leans into it in any fashion that it kind of... Or psychological horror, which you'd expect it to be kind of a case with what's happening to the Lamorne and the psychic crystals and having psychic powers and all that sort of being more about the mind rather than the body and stuff, but it doesn't really lean into anything. So final battle with Silex could have been like destroyed battlefield, likely caused by either Silex or Samus. Also, I guess. Final Fantasy VII Remake did something similar twice, and didn't feel much there either, lol. I didn't really play Remake, because I only played the original Final Fantasy VII. I haven't played the remakes. So I don't know which moment you might be referring to. Suddenly turns into a supersonic fight. I guess. That's why I said it's cool, but also, huh? Yeah, no, I agree with you, Libertine. I'm just giving credit to like the backdrop and stuff like that for reference. He's my immigrations officer to my island. You must pass the Cranston vibe check before you're allowed in. You're not missing much, Orpheon? I mean, the reason I didn't play it is because Final Fantasy VII really isn't amongst my favorite Final Fantasy games, so playing like an extended version of it didn't seem quite as exciting. You have no idea how much potential I have on this hands, and I'm definitely driving my brother insane. But it's just too funny. Well,
What is too funny?
not as funny as this. Why is Silex as tall as View? Your guess is as good as mine. The best thing Silex got is this scene because of how funny it is. Lemao, wow. Make Outlet play Other M or Signalist, Crow Country, or insert Retro Indie to wash over the Metroid Prime 4 despair and sorrow. Well, we can do that after I'm done recording the game. Which might be next stream or the stream after that. Like, we're almost done. Silex is as strong as each beat he needs him to be. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Silex never wins at anything that I feel like Metroid games usually get right or do, is that they'll put Samus at a precarious situation where she, like, lost. You know, I remember the Frigate Orpheon where she doesn't quite stop Ridley, or Metroid 2 where Ridley gets away. Sorry, Super Metroid. Or Echoes when Dark Samus beats her at the intro, and or how Dark Samus also beats her in Norian and Corruption. That puts her like behind the enemy force, and she's gonna have to catch up and then exceed it. Well, in this one, because even from the get go in the opening cutscene, Silex loses, so it's like he never gets like a win. So I never really have to see him much of a threat because. Yeah, I guess. How does Mackenzie know that that panel he rips open has anything to do with a teleporter power supply? While we're at it, how does he know that fixing that will fix the teleporter issue that he's having right now? The answer is because the story demanded him to know it. Oh no, wait, he had a little scan thing. That's how he knows. He had a little scan thing, I guess. MacGuffin scan. Remember, if you never played this series before, Silex is just the guy who got shot at the start. Yeah. You wouldn't even know he's actually... I don't like how he delivers the line power there. Again,
I simply just don't like him because he just knows.
Three trained Federation troopers, none of them taking the shot.
Like, I don't like how he already knows about this Asian technology with literally mere seconds of, like, randomly pressing buttons.
Yeah, I mean, Samus does, like, share with him access to the Lamorne tech, but there's never really like I don't think that it went as deep as him having the schematics of the great Lamorne teleporter that we were getting the keys for, and then how it works specifically to know what type of issue it would have. But I digress. The story reason is his scan thing he told him to. There's also this GIF on Tenor. I'm looking it up that I think is just the perfect summary of Silex and Metroid Prime 4. I'm gonna look it up so I can put it on the stream. Assuming I can find it now. It's like he loses on the first fight. He loses in the beginning. I think that Silex should have just been able to pull some form of a W in the beginning of the game and like have a win. Just so that way you can take him more seriously as a threat when you encounter him later, because like, oh, he did this thing. Or in the way like what you call it, happened with Dang Samosa. I think I found it. No. I sent it to Deadweight. Let me look at the DMs. All right, I found it. Let me see if I can just load it up on OBS. Saying Samus, but it's really Zabras. Yeah, I guess. Samanthi. Is it Silex getting out of a spaceship? Yeah. Don't like how Ending makes Samus leave the soldiers because yes, logically she couldn't save them, but because most of the series sacrifices always happens, it's because Samus is compromised. Agreed. It's just like, why wouldn't Samus just stop and go rescue the guys, and then after that Mackenzie fixes this thing? If like the only way I could see this making sense, if it's Silex coming out and doing something, destroys Chrono Tower, like when he yells, when he does this, you know?
For me, that's
That
not the
would
worst
like
part. The
like
worst
his
part-
action here causes a Chrono Tower to like collapse or something, so like there's only enough time or something.
For me, it got compromised because Mackenzie told her to reactivate it, and that's what started all the damages shit happening.
Or something along those lines. So wait, here I have the GIF. Here's the GIF. I didn't make this. This was on Tenor. Isn't it sad how there's much how much there is to talk about Prime 4, but it's mostly just criticism. The game gave the franchise no new twist, nothing the franchise can grip onto. It's just there, but actually isn't. Yeah, I guess. But at least it gave us view. I can give it that. It gave us view. Funnily enough, Silex can make for a good Metroidvania spin-off where you play as him, getting all the stolen Galactic Federation tech would solve the series issue of new items being too predictable. I completely agree. That could also be fun. What's even worse is that the only indication it's going to explode, it is being set in the game over. The teleporter looks fine in the cutscene. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That gift should have ended with Samus trying to reach him but fail, lol. I just think it's funnier like this because when you think about it, this is the killing blow on Silex. It's Duke punching him in the face. I made a bunch of Silex gifts, not this one though. That payoff Silex build-up gift was mine. Can you give me a link? I would love to see it. I've been waiting for this. Had enough? Oh, I'm just getting started. This is why I'm on the bandwagon of keep Metroid silent. No voice acting. Less is more. Oh, here's a funny view scene that I mentioned on stream. This is from the previous run of the game. Here's something I actually genuinely like in the game that I don't have a negative thought about. He is precious as he is perfect. Hold on, give me a minute, no worries. Random ass GF trooper is still punches him in the face and fell. Yeah. View, no! Linked it right here.
View,
I
no.
don't
View,
see-
yes.
Hold on, I don't see the link. Maybe I need to open the YouTube stream on my own end. I'm getting more need to do a view suit as I see more view. Do it. Do it, you coward. It's literally only Prime game without a teaser of a future game, and the lore is too simple to theorize. But yeah, we literally don't have anything to think about until the next game. We can think about how this game try to be something, I guess. Here's another positive that I can give the game. Bananas in Metroid. I don't see the link of Viper Vio. Over. Why is there a banana there? It's one of the troopers had it on them, and I guess they put him there. It's a little like detail. I don't have a trouble with bananas in Metroid. It's on Tenor. Just search up Silex, you'll find it. I looked up Silex, and there's so many that I don't know which is which. Most of it is him screaming Samus or getting punched in the face, and the two cutscenes of him aura farming from the trailers, alongside a lot of AI generated stuff, of course. I have to put Silex Metroid Prime 4. Prime is to me the Halo 4. Has all these good ideas, but the rest of it is either boring as fuck like the desert or underbaked. The DS Troopers. Silex being there has nothing, is as a nothing villain. Yeah, I agree. Even Croco was calling it sort of like the Halo 5. Gotta love the Silex amiibo. Also lets you play one of a ton of random generic one-liners, which honestly sound as generic as the quotes in the final scene. So I wonder if it was a bunch of unused lines to record it because they didn't know what to do with him. I believe that. Actually, I don't know what he says. Let's look it up and then I'll actually end the stream. Because I didn't want to look at it before because some in chat were saying that there's like potential spoilers to it. So give me 1 second. Blizzard. All right, here we go.
This is what I've been waiting for. I've got you right where I want you, Samus. This will be your last mission. I've got you now.
These deliveries are actually way better than anything he says in the actual game, though.
You will pay. I'll make you suffer. I cannot be stopped.
It can't be stopped. It won't be stopped. Gets punched in the face.
This is what I've been waiting for. I've got you right where I want you, Samus.
See, that line leads me to incline more of my theory that they wanted to go with some fucking the world is a simulation type of shit and this stuff with Silex, but I don't think so. Yeah, you know, the more I think about it and how the game turned out, the less I guess I can see it. But all right, I'm gonna call it a stream here for real. Thank you guys for tuning in. Really appreciate everybody just coming up and showing up and joining me for these adventures. Even if you like the game and I dislike it, I still appreciate you being here and trying to have a discussion going. I'll see about its stream tomorrow or Friday, and I will. Yeah, all these lines are locked behind the amiibo. It's almost like he could be cool if anybody gave a duck. Yeah, I agree. Thanks for the stream as always, Orphean. Have a good one. No, thank you for joining me, Tailgate and everybody else. Livitina, thank again for all the insight you've given me about mechanics and stuff in the game. I really appreciate it. He could have been Samus's Iguazu. Yeah, I agree. It would have been great. Thank you for streaming. No worries, guys. I thank you all, everybody, for being here. I do promise that once we're done with Prime 4, I'll stream some other games that I felt filled that Metroid Prime void while I waited for between 3 and this. That I hope you guys might be interested in seeing and giving it a try, because I feel like they're way more of a Metroid type of experience in story and world. Kind of like, Signalis and the other ones that we talked. So yeah, it's a shame it's a top 4 Metroid and not top 3 Metroid, alas. But as with all that said, have a rest of your fantastic day or night. Thanks for the passion you share for Prime. It's a shame the situation we're in. Yeah, it's a situation. It's a shame that this is the result, but there's nothing we can do about it aside from calling it out, so that it doesn't happen again in the future. And if it does happen again in the future, then I probably would jump ship with the Prime and stuff like that, and what have you. But I'd rather be transparent in like all that stuff than just lie and whatever, or trying and just like a game because it's called Metroid Prime, and I'm like, we've been waiting all these years for. No, if the game is good, I'll like it. If the game is not good, I won't like it. In the words of Reggie Fils-Aimé, if the game is not fun, why bother? So, with all that said, I will see you guys on the next stream. Take care and have a good one. Bye-bye, guys.